Test, 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 test.
I can hear you, Mike.
Everyone, this is Mike Luisi. I'm just going to check in with Wes or Chris if they're there to let me know when you think it's best to get started this afternoon. Thank you.
Jason, you about ready? I'd say pretty much, I don't know, we got at least 75% here, I think. So whenever you want to get ready to get started, I think we'll be ready.
Okay, I'll give everybody 5 minutes. We'll start in just a couple minutes. That'd be perfect. Thanks. Okay, seeing Jason's presentation up on the screen, I'm going to go ahead and get things started. So welcome back from lunch, everybody. This is Mike Luisi, Chair of the Council. I want to thank Wes Townsend, our Council's Vice Chair, for standing in for me this morning. I was online and listening, but I thought you guys all did a great job of navigating and getting through the agenda that was before us. So I'm going to take over for this afternoon. So again, thanks, Wes. We're going to start with our first item on today's afternoon agenda, which is a Northeast Fisheries Science Center shad and river herring update. I'm going to turn it over to Jason Didden with council staff to provide us that update. Jason?
Thank you. And the labeling may have been a little confusing. The center did the analyses, but council staff is doing the update. So thank you for that. So we, after the initial river herring and shad work that the council did, there was still some interest in kind of, looking, could some area-based management be useful for river herring and shad? So staff kind of proposed a series of analyses to try to more or less identifying any low-hanging fruit. Were there some areas that consistently had high river herring and shad catch, but consistently low revenues at the same time? So just looking at raw observer data, binning by 10 minutes square, and a little hand drawing in some gaps and kind of analytical judgment, we came up with 4 areas that, again, just binning raw catch data, had a fair bit of river herring and shad catch fairly consistently over 3 periods, 2008 to 11, 12 to 15, and 16 to 19. And within those areas, most of the catch of river herring and shad in those areas occurred during January, February, November, and December. So we did one kind of set of revenue analyses that were just based on the full year. And then the follow-up was kind of just focused on these months, since they appeared to be, when most of the catch was occurring in those areas. So the center has some pretty powerful, but kind of like plug and play programs where they can do spatial revenue analyses. And again, through the supplementary documents online, there's a lot of information that goes into these tables in terms of different species and permits and ports and all that. So we asked them, they described, when we're discussing, like, can you all help us out with this? They described what the standard output of these programs were. So we said, yeah, sure, it could be interesting for future analyses. So when we looked at, season, you can see there's a couple, I think, groundfish areas offshore here, but the 4 areas inshore off northern Mass, Cape Cod, south of Rhode Island, and then kind of head of Hudson Canyon there, area off northern New Jersey. They're boxed, those are the same figures where this higher river herring and shad catch seems to regularly occur. And kind of the hope had been, some of these areas are, consistently low revenue, but consistently hot. We know they're kind of tend to have some river herring and shad catch in them. That could be some kind of low hanging fruit without, a major analysis. But when we did this, there are some years like 12 to 15, the area off northern Mass and off New Jersey, not a lot of revenues. But, in each of these 3 areas, there's none of these areas that are consistent low revenue areas across all of the seasons. So kind of staff's conclusion at this point, with kind of the admittedly kind of trying to keep this a narrow focus at this point, is that nothing jumped out as obvious that, hey, this would provide an obvious and consistent low cost option for reducing river herring and shad catch. It doesn't mean that some more advanced spatial modeling approaches, maybe that are including fleet responses of what happens when you close one area, do they go to some other area, might possibly turn something up that could be useful. Maybe yes, maybe no. But from this kind of initial qualitative analysis, nothing jumps out as actionable right now. So there's no action needed today. It's just an update of a project that was kind of had been in progress for a while. And then the council's interested, could have further discussions, with the center about, for future years, if this is a priority to investigate further. All right, that's the conclusion of staff's analysis on this area-based issue. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Jason. I appreciate the presentation. Let me see if I can get some folks from the council to provide you some of that feedback you're looking for. Is this something that we think we want to develop further? As we go through our implementation plan each year, this could become a priority for the council. I don't necessarily think we need to establish that that tag on this type of work today, but to put it in the back of your minds for when we do that work in the fall. Excuse me. So does anyone have any questions, or does anyone want to provide any comment at this time? Michelle Duval, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just more tangentially related, I mean, the impetus for exploring these areas was, to cut down on potential bycatch, right? And I mean, and we've talked over the past several years that the current bycatch cap is not biologically based. We would like to try to work towards that. And so, we know that there's an upcoming shad and river herring assessment that the commission's going to be overseeing. So, I mean, just thinking, bigger picture, is there, and so I might be putting Bob Beal on the spot, I apologize, between Bob and Jason, but is there, could the council provide some input with respect to, incorporating maybe in a term of reference, exploration of, either a biologically based catch cap, bycatch cap for shad and river herring, or, thinking about, these different areas as part of that assessment to, reduce bycatch. I'm quite honestly more interested in like a biological basis for the shad and river herring catch cap.
Sure.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's a great question, Michelle. I'm going to go to Jason to see if he has any thoughts on that.
And I haven't interacted with the commission a ton in terms of reference development for their assessments. But I mean, it seems like a worthwhile line of pursuit potentially. I think the center in the past discussions with them on a biologically based cap, they in our kind of scoping out process, we'd communicate with the center about kind of trying to figure out, is this a potential thing? That, and the end result of that was that, it'd be a substantial project. It's not just like monitoring committee kind of work. I think the center has a new person designated for river herring and shad. So I could see kind of, potential confluence of how to use, some of the vast modeling to stitch together multiple surveys to try to get some information. It seems like it could be a potential good thing to investigate in the river herring assessment. So I don't know, maybe the commission has thoughts, but it seems like a reasonable thing to inquire and pursue potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I know Bob was there yesterday. I just saw Bob Beal's hand go up. Go ahead, Bob. Do you have any thoughts on whether or not this is something that the commission can put the resources, dedicate the resources to in the coming future?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm still here. The shad and river herring assessments are a lot of work on their own because they're, 25 to 30 individual river systems up and down the coast for both of those assessments, and it takes a ton of work to get there. And what has been missing in the past is sort of the genetic makeup of the offshore population. We don't know if the bycatch in the offshore fisheries is from a river that's in great shape and maybe it's not as big a deal, or a river that's in really bad shape and that's a really big deal. And, I think, and I don't know if that there is, some genetic work in the genetic repository and other things that are starting to be done. I don't know if the resolution of that information is there yet to be able to do some spatial work. But, I think we can ask the technical folks that are working on those documents to sort of, I think the step one would be to check in with them. Is this realistic? How much work would this be? And then if it's something that can be done, maybe, we can explore adding a term of reference relative to that. So I can, agree to check in with those folks and see what the potential is. And maybe Jason, you and I can talk some more about the modeling and what it would take to, advance that modeling even more than where it is right now. And we can explore it for sure.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Please go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, so thanks for that, Bob. And again, really the impetus for this is the fact that our current, shad and river herring catch cap is not biologically based, and we're having issues with observer coverage, as we heard concerns about earlier this morning. So, thinking, and I know spatial and seasonal types of approaches can be difficult, at times. So I'm thinking, again, the impetus for my comment was really, trying to move towards a biologically based cap and the potential for exploring that during the upcoming assessment. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. So Bob, would continued development of this, would this be something that would the board need to engage to decide if this was going to be something that staff would be a part of down the road? Or are we talking keeping this at the federal side of it through the council?
Well, I think if I can, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
I think bringing this back to the Shad and River Herring Board would be a good idea. I think, are you the chair, Joe? No, you're not the chair. Okay. I was gonna say I might be sitting right next to the chair, but I'm not.
Yeah, and I'm not on that board, so I'm not sure exactly all that board's working on right now.
Yeah, but I think bringing it back to them and having a conversation with the technical folks that are working on the stock assessments and just getting them to explore it and see how much work it will add. Because I know they won't want, or I don't know. I imagine they won't want to delay the assessment work and the peer review, but we can, maybe this is follow-up activity after the current stock assessment is wrapped up. Because I think we're just doing river herring now. We've completed shad a little while ago, or I may have that backwards. But yeah, the bottom line is we can bring it to the board and see what they think about it and see, what the bandwidth of the technical folks is to explore these models.
Excellent. Okay, Bob. Well, thank you for that. Are there any other questions, or does anyone want to provide any additional comment regarding this topic on today's afternoon agenda? Joe Semino, I see your hand popped up. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. No, I wanted to follow up that I think Michelle's task is going to be a very difficult one, but just a better understanding of the composition of the intercept catch is important for these assessments no matter what. So I think it should be a goal of the assessments, and I'm fully supportive of that. It's just unfortunate that we don't have a good amount of observer coverage and sampling out there, but I think one other thing we might want to look into is some eDNA sampling, because I know in New Jersey, and obviously one of these intercept areas that Jason was pointing out is off the coast of New Jersey. We're really investing in doing a lot of eDNA sampling on other trips. So I don't know if the genetic work is there to start distinguishing those stocks through eDNA, but if so, it might be a real avenue forward for us.
Okay, I appreciate that, Joe. Anyone else on the council before I go to the public and the audience? Okay, I don't see any hands at this time. I was just informed there's a member of the audience that would like to speak. If you want to step, I saw there was a hand raised. If you want to step to the mic and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Greg DiDomenico, Lund's Fisheries. Just a quick question for Jason. If I'm understanding the back and forth between council members, isn't the TUG been doing the genetic work for the last number of years? Isn't that the sort of repository for all this information? And they're the people doing the exploration of all these topics?
It's certainly come up on the 2 calls. I think it's like a USGS or Fish and Wildlife. Someone is like the repository. And you know, I think the idea has been to utilize that repository for a variety of different purposes. But in terms of like, you know, is another project needed to then kind of get a good sampling of bycatch all along the shelf and match it to the repository? I mean, I don't know that's like a TUG activity. It would certainly be something that TUG would be interested in and facilitate and discuss and make connections for people. But I don't know that has, certainly not the river to river level. There's been some more regional work on that. So there may be some TUG partners who are actively actively engaged in the repository. I'm not sure about all the location of, you know, specific bycatch events.
Okay, so could you actually put up the chart, Jason, of Hudson Canyon?
And for the revenue map, or like where the river herring is caught?
Yes.
Okay, which revenue or
No,
herring?
River.
Okay, so that's going to be in. Share my screen here.
And while you're doing that, is the intention of this exercise to analyze and implement the potential for temporal and spatial closures again? Or is it something else? That's what I'm trying to think.
I'm not sure. I mean, I was hearing more something else of trying to get the assessment to think about ways to identify a biologically based cap was the gist, but I could have misinterpreted.
Okay, great. Yeah, and the reason I'm asking you to bring it up, and it's not absolutely urgent, Jason, if you can't find it, you know, our fisheries and the access there is really diminished. If you're looking for samples, I'm sure that's something that we could try to provide. But, you know, it's sort of, I don't want to be a downer here, but, you know, we got some timely or ironic information the other day that we're going to be looking at a sanctuary designation for the Hudson Canyon. I doubt at the end of that we're going to have any access, or there'll be very likely there's going to be a prohibition of bottom tending mobile gear in the Hudson Canyon. You know, I hate to bring that up, but that's kind of the reality of this whole thing. The fisheries are diminished. There's going to be less fishing there anyway because of how low the quotas are. I don't know where we're going to get samples from if we can't go fishing. That's part of the problem. Thank you.
So this map up there, that's just one of the time periods. And it's a little hard to see, but you can see there's one area there, one there, one there, and then this is the Hudson. And again, they light up differently in different time periods, but that's one of the years of, again, just binning where did observed catch come from? Not extrapolated, just raw observed catch.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Let's stick with the audience before I go to the webinar. I'm going to ask Wes to call on folks in the audience. Wes, is there anybody with their hand up in the audience at this point?
I do not see anyone else.
Okay, so let's go to the webinar. Is there anybody from the public that's on the webinar that would like to provide any comment or ask any questions? Jeff Kalin, go ahead, Jeff. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just looking ahead to the commission's assessment, you know, one of the things that we've talked about for years is to try to get some kind of a better understanding of the relative mortality effects on each individual species in the region, to differentiate what amount of mortality there may be from a diminished mackerel and herring fishery, related to some of the directed fisheries, for example, on shad in the mid-Atlantic, and you know, striped bass predation in the Connecticut River, and some kind of a qualitative estimate of mortality sources, so that the process doesn't continually go back to the same handful of boats to try to create a system of accountability. And I think Pam said it well earlier, habitat essentially is where it's at. And you know, you open up big areas of Maine like we did many years ago when I was in the legislature. There's a directed fishery up there of 2 million pounds. Of course, in New Jersey, we have a black box because we're not monitoring all the rivers the way I understand it. I know Mr. Semino's on. I might be wrong about that, but it puts us in a very difficult situation when there's no information coming out about the specific river systems in a state that hasn't asked for a sustainable determination. So what I'm asking for is for the council to consider the importance of the assessment providing us with some idea of the relative mortality effects on these animals that we're trying to protect. So that's my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Jeff. Is there anyone else from the webinar as a member of the public that would like to make any comment at this time? Okay, seeing none. Jason, you mentioned there is no need for action at this point. Is there anything else you want to bring before the council before we move on?
Yeah, it sounds like we'll have some discussion with the commission. I'll probably try to rope in the center also, and just as kind of the question scoped out. So thanks.
Yeah, excellent. I think that's a great plan, and we'll look forward to an update. Maybe sounds like maybe in August or October, I guess at the latest. So yeah, just keep us in the loop. That's great. I appreciate it very much. Okay. At this time, I'd like to step into the next item on our agenda. We have a presentation. Marissa Trago with the Take Reduction team is with us to provide an Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction Plan Phase 2 update. Marissa is presenting remotely, and I'm going to give everybody just a second, and then Marissa, have you done a mic check?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you great.
Great.
I'm going to turn it over to you. Looking forward to your presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, today I'm going to be providing a short update on the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction team and what we've been working on. So as many of you may know, we had a team meeting in May where team members discussed potential measures. So while the team didn't provide formal recommendations yet, they laid the groundwork to do so at a follow-up later this year. Next slide, please. So since about 2010, the North Atlantic right whale population has been in decline. So the most recent preliminary estimates suggest there are fewer than 350 individuals remaining from a high in 2010 of over 450 animals. So there's been a really high level of mortality occurring over the last decade, much of which is actually unobserved. So on the right, you'll see a comparison of the observed mortality and serious injury from 2015 through 2019 compared to the total estimated mortality based on population models. And you'll see that there's a lot of cases that we're unable to observe. So given that the potential biological removal level for right whales is down to about 0.7 animals per year in our latest stock assessment report, the population is really experiencing an unsustainable level of mortality. And for the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction team, this really means we have to address just the portion of that mortality or serious injury that's a result of interactions with U.S. commercial fisheries. Next slide. So the TRT, of course, is charged with reducing that mortality and serious injury below PBR. And with this new information available, we actually provided the TRT with newly refined risk reduction calculations based on total estimates of mortality rather than observed mortality as we had in the past. And this was last November. And the total mortality is estimated to be about 31.2 whales per year, based on population models developed by the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. And so as recommended by the Atlantic Scientific Review Group, we use the most recent 5 years of observed mortality and serious injury in order to figure out how to proportion those injuries or mortalities that are likely attributed to entanglement. So it's really hard to, we have this total estimated mortality and we have to figure out how many of those to apportion to US commercial fisheries. So using that most 5 recent years estimate, so on here it's 2016 through 2020, about 70% of those cases were attributed to entanglement versus vessel strike. So we use that 70% proportion to figure out how many of those total mortalities were likely a result of entanglement. And in terms of where that incident occurred, we used a range of estimates to test how resilient that apportionment is to changes in how many are attributed to the US. So we tested from 30% US to 50% US. And so based on these breakdowns, as you'll see in gray, that basically apportions about 6.6 to 11 mortalities to US fisheries, which means that 89 to 94% risk reduction would reduce mortality and to PBR with the goal of getting below PBR. Next. So given the increasingly concerning status of the right whale population and the time it can take to complete rulemaking, NMFS has been taking a phased approach to reduce risk. So we started first with a phase reducing Northeast lobster and Jonah crab fishery risk because it has over 90% of the buoy lines in the areas where right whales are occurring in US waters. So phase 1 was completed, or the rule was finalized on September 17th of 2021, and final implementation went into place on May 1st of this year. We started a second phase of rulemaking last year, focusing on coastwide fisheries that were not included in phase 1. So that includes coastwide gillnet, multi-species trap pot, and mid-Atlantic lobster. And for this phase, we now have that updated risk reduction I just mentioned, due to those new right whale population data that weren't available for the first phase. So because of this new information, that means we will need a third phase as well, addressing remaining risk in Northeast Jonah crab and lobster fisheries, with the total goal of a minimum 90% risk reduction coastwide that is needed to reduce those mortalities below PBR. And I do want to mention that I know there's quite a bit of confusion between our phases and the phases that are in the conservation framework, which came out with the biological opinion last year. So while the phrasing is a little bit similar, I just want to note that our rulemaking phases are not entirely in line with the biological opinion, particularly because we've been able to incorporate updated information that wasn't previously available early last year when the BIOP came out. Next slide. So during the May meeting, we presented some updated information on coastwide risk of phase 2 fisheries. Currently, those are being further refined by the DST modelers based on team input. But there were some lessons that we've learned from looking at the new risk maps and estimated risk reduction from different types of measures. And first is that it's fairly challenging to reduce risk in low effort fisheries with very dispersed risk. When risk is broadly distributed, effort reduction will be key, because when you implement something like a closure in an area where gear moves, it can simply just move a hotspot rather than remove it. Additionally, reducing line strength is also another tool that can help broadly reduce mortality and serious injury when encounters do occur. And as we start to explore gillnet risk, we were also seeing that panels can increase encounter risk based on behavior, particularly in more shallow inshore areas where there are things like feeding. There's likely higher risk compared to something like calving. So that is very based on behavior. And though we don't find panels as often on whales. It might be that encountering panels can result in an entanglement in a buoy line. So that's another reason why reducing line strength may also be helpful for gill net gear. And overall, we're seeing that the risk within these fisheries is largely concentrated in southern New England and then mid-Atlantic for both gear types. And for gill nets in particular, there's some risk still showing up in the Gulf of Maine. Next slide, please. So the team discussed several options for analyzing, to be analyzed for considering in phase 2 rulemaking. So we had several cross-caucus groups that got together and pieced together different sets of measures to be analyzed in order to see what type of risk reduction was achieved when they're included together. So things like either closures or reducing breaking strength or other ways to reduce the number of buoy lines in the water. The risk reduction of these sets of measures ranged from 37 to 64% risk reduction coastwide, but not including the Southeast at the time. And there were many similarities among the initial packages. So including things like applying line or inserts with a maximum breaking strength of 1,700 pounds, where it's feasible. Also, things like reducing lines came up a lot. So that would be by either using one buoy line or trawling up net panels, similar to trawling up trap pots. And this would be only where feasible. And then applying a few closures to gill net gear. And there was a strong preference for further exploration of dynamic management. As we've noted in the past, we do have some limitations when it comes to dynamic management, but there are some options that we could explore that may be more feasible than a strict dynamic management anywhere at any time. And that could look like either dynamic openings or closures in a predefined area, or predefined areas with portions of that closure that could be opened and closed based on some other criteria, such as sightings and other factors. We did hear from some of the team that gillnet may be more nimble and able to respond quickly to a closure compared to trap up gear with long trawls, especially when gear is tended. So that might be something that's particularly feasible for that gear type. It does require an investment in monitoring and would also have to assume a little bit of overlap between whales and the notice of the closure. So it would take some time to get analyze the criteria and get a notice out. So we would still have to assume some overlapping risk in that sort of scenario. So we're currently exploring the feasibility of those options. And finally, the last thing we heard broadly about was the option to apply phase 1 measures to other trap pot gear, just for consistency's sake. Next slide, please. So we did discuss the possibilities and challenges of on-demand fishing gear that does not use persistent buoy lines at our TRT meeting to some extent, but we didn't really have time to mention the roadmap that NMFS has been developing. I did want to note that we are anticipating that this will be released soon, and to let you know what options you have to provide comments. So the roadmap outlines NOAA's vision for the use of this gear in the future, including gear recovery, geolocation, and regulatory changes. It also emphasizes the need to engage with stakeholders and guide the development and adoption of this gear. And this is going to be a living document that will incorporate feedback from stakeholders as things evolve. And once the roadmap is out, there will be a 90-day period to provide input or comments through the link or QR code on this slide. So we'll definitely keep Carson and Kylie, the member and alternate representing the MAFMC on our TRT, updated so that you'll know when comments are open. I think a few of my colleagues from the Northeast Fishing Science Center are also on here today in case you have additional questions about the roadmap, since they were the ones that kind of took this on. Next slide, please. As for the next steps, we have a few webinars planned for before we get the TRT back together for a final phase 2 meeting. We will have a Ropolis roadmap webinar specifically focused on the document and allow time for question and answers. We'll also have a webinar presenting the updated analyses of those sets of measures I talked about earlier that the team put together in May. So this will happen about 2 weeks before the actual meeting where the team members are going to develop recommendations for NMFS. We're still pinning down that time and we'll hope to update the TRT on our timeline as soon as we're able. We will continue to collaborate with the council through your TRT representatives, particularly to develop any of those management or implementation ideas that might involve things like effort or gear reduction. And the decision support tool team modelers are still finalizing those fishery layers, as I mentioned, given some of the feedback in May. So we will be having them conduct more thorough analyses to update those by the time we have that meeting later this year. So they were able to provide some information in May, and they'll just be able to provide more time-consuming analyses that we were not able to get to during that meeting. So we'll let you all know when the next team meeting is, and hopefully we'll have that pretty soon and have an update at DST ready for deliberations. And I think that's about it. I think I just have a question slide after this.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. There's definitely some significant actions in what's been presented regarding commercial gear along the Mid-Atlantic and New England areas. I'm going to go to the council at this time to see if anybody has any questions or comments. Let me start with Chris Bat-Savage. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Marissa, for the presentation. Could you go back to slide number 3, please? Thanks. So just make sure I understand this correctly. So in the far right column, now we're looking at potential risk reductions of up to, depending on the ratio of U.S. mortality, up to 94%. And what was it? And if that's true, what was it before? What was the risk reduction target we're looking at before?
You mean for phase 1?
For phase 2, I thought there was a risk reduction target already for phase 2. I didn't think it was this high, but maybe I'm mistaken.
This is the one that we've had for phase 2 since late last year, so 89 to 94%. So generally, it's a minimum of 90%, which this is just the range based on the different countries.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Anyone else from the council? I see a hand. I don't know. So David Dowell has his hand up. David, I'm sorry, but I'll go ahead and call on you if you have a question. I'm not sure who you represent.
I'm a retired marine scientist and grassroots environmental activist living on Cape Cod.
Excellent. Okay, great. Well, thanks for being here with us. You can go ahead and ask your question or make your comment if you need to at this time.
I have recently participated in webinars by Dr. Michael Moore of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, who's a veterinarian and scientist that studies North Atlantic right whales, and also Charles Stormy Mayo, who's at the Provincetown Center for Coastal Studies that studies North Atlantic right whales in the waters adjacent to Cape Cod. And both of them felt that the measures proposed under the Marine Mammal Protection Act to conserve and rebuild North Atlantic right whale populations were totally inadequate, and I tend to agree with them. As the deaths occurred not only from gear entanglements, but also ship strikes. And so one of the solutions I would propose is to develop an adaptive ecosystem-based management technique for North Atlantic right whales that would consider both increasing their birthing rates and also reducing mortalities from gear entanglements in fixed fishing gear. This would allow us to include both climate change effects on natural mortality and the fishing-induced the human activity induced mortalities, but also hopefully increase the birthing rates amongst the female populations in the south, off the southeastern coast of the United States. And it appears to me that we need to increase both the birthing rates and reduce the mortalities if we want to recover this population back to the 490 or so animals that existed in 2010, which is now down to 336 individuals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. I appreciate your comment. While we're in the public, is there anybody else?
I have one in the audience.
You got one in the audience, Wes? Okay, let's go to that, and then Lieutenant Commander Cayley, I'll come back to you in just a second, but if you want to call on the audience, I can't see him, obviously.
Thank you. My name's Tim Froelich. I'm a commercial fisherman, and I've been fishing for a lifetime. My father's 80 years old. He's been fishing for 2 lifetimes. You know how many whale entanglements we had combined over 100 years of fishing experience? 0. So all these things that you're talking about, potential, I don't know where they exist. The fishing effort right now is so greatly reduced that I'm fishing today. I got monk nets in the ocean here as we speak, and I have 12 corks in the water, 12 buoys. At one time, we had I'm going to use monkfish fishery. You're allowed 150 nets. That's 45,000 feet. You got 2 boats, 2 permits. You're allowed 90,000 feet of net. At one time, we were fishing that. Now we're fishing 2 miles of net. So we're already greatly reducing all this stuff. I use pingers. I use other things. How about other alternatives than what we're proposing here that's in front of you? How come the commercial fishing industry has to bear every burden that every one of us who is sitting here and everybody you see outside these windows has an interaction with? Because everything that we do on land affects what we do in the ocean, what happens in the ocean. You ever heard the expression that we all live downstream? Well, I live downstream because I'm on the ocean. And we're burdened, we're forced to take all of this burden and all this stuff for a lifetime. And I want to apologize because I don't have a filter and there's no animosity in what I'm saying towards anybody here. It just comes out. So if anybody takes offense to anything I say, I'm apologizing now. But I don't understand how, if fishing effort is reduced by 90%, that still isn't good enough in the eyes of all this stuff. We need to stop managing by crisis. If there's no crisis, there's no funding. And that's where we are. I sat in the room when I can remember fishing with my father as a kid when there was no laws and the fishing looked good. And I saw it at its worst. But now when I stand on the deck of my boat, the fishing actually looks pretty good. But the fishing industry has never been in worse shape than it is today. And that's because it's overmanaged and overburdened by everybody else and all this stuff. Everything's blamed on global warming or this or that. How many whales have died? We use blue rope. How many have entanglements in the middle Atlantic? We use blue rope on the top third of the net. It's supposed to be marked with blue rope. So you should be able to tell where these interactions come from. I hear all these things. Everything I hear is bad news for 40 years. When's the good news? When they started with all this management 30 years ago or 35 years ago, and the future was going to be better. Well, the future for me when I stand on my boat is better. It looks better. It's brighter. But when I sit in this room, it never looks bleaker. And it never, from someone who's doing this for a lifetime and cares about the next generation who's behind me, that bothers me. Because my family's been doing this for 3 generations. My son, who might want to do this, he wants to do this, but under the discouragement of me and my grandfather, he still wants to go down this road. So I don't understand how there isn't some type of other options besides closing this or saying you can't do that or other things. Maybe the option is putting pingers on the nets. I know we had an interaction on Long Island maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It wasn't my net, but the whale was in the panel. Somebody called me and the whale got out on his own. Maybe if you used, and part of that problem is the menhaden, the bunkers are so thick that the whales are now They used to be off the beach. They're right in the surf almost, feeding on the bunkers. And that's why there was an entanglement. He was fishing in the surf, and that's where the whale was. You know, I don't know what the option is, but to me, closing things and saying you can't do this and that's not an option when we're already greatly reduced. For when the only thing you're gonna really truly take is the potential. Because after over 100 years of fishing effort, real fishing effort, when there was no laws, you had no interactions. True interactions. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your comment. I appreciate your thoughts, putting this into perspective from somebody who's working on the water. Thank you very much. Wes, is there anybody else in the audience before I come back to the council table?
Yes, I have one more, Mike.
Okay. We'll go ahead and take that next person.
My name is Eddie Schifolo. I've also worked on the water, monk fishing for a long time. Interactions come and go, but on Long Island, there's very few and far between. As far as data goes, as far as interactions go here on Long Island, these whales have passed us already before we even set the monkfish gear in. They're through here in April, and they go up north. You know, they've been going further and further into Canada. What's Canada doing about some of this stuff with interactions? How come we always get penalized here, Rhode Island, Maine? You know, why can't Canada or somebody else do something besides us getting penalized all the time? You know, it's come down to where we're hanging on by the thread of a needle here, and you guys just, oh, we'll just take the fishermen away again. You know, this country was founded on farmers and fishermen. People better remember that because it's coming. Coming down to where things ain't going to be the same anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eddie, for your comment. I'm going to come back to the council. I have a couple hands. I've got Lieutenant Commander Kaylee, and then Carson. I know that Carson's our staff lead for protected resources, so I do have a couple questions for you, Carson, about the council moving forward. So stay tuned. But I'm going to go to Matt first, and then Carson, I'm going to come to you. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation. I had a question on the phase 2. It seems like most of the focus has been on gear, but we have heard that there's potential for a reducing the vessel size on the seasonal speed zone restrictions. They're in place from November to April. So I was wanting to know if that's part of this phase, and if so, if you could expand on it a little bit.
For the TRT, we're only dealing with fishery reduction. So the vessel speed is a separate rule. We have other staff working on that. So that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that question. Carson, your hand went up earlier. Did you have comments that you wanted to make before I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, can you hear me okay, Mike?
Yep, hear you great. Go ahead.
Okay, hopefully I'm answering your questions ahead of time, but I just wanted to speak to the next steps from the council perspective. And the Protected Resources Committee met earlier in the phase 2 process, and they recommended meeting again before final action or final TRT recommendations move forward. So we're definitely going to plan a Protected Resources Committee meeting once we know the timing of that next TRT meeting so that it can occur before that. And I can bring the PR committee recommendations to that TRT deliberation. So I can coordinate timelines with the committee chair and the TRT folks.
Yeah, you read my mind, Carson. That was exactly what I was going to ask you about as far as next steps on behalf of the council to provide comment to NOAA Fisheries for actions that that are being considered. So yeah, thanks for that. And I don't know if Chris Bat-Savage, who chairs our Protected Resources Committee, wants to add anything. I don't want to put you on the spot, Chris. I'll go to Dan Farnham, and then if you have any additional thoughts, Chris, I'll just put your hand up and I'll call on you. But I'm going to go next to Dan Farnham.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just out of curiosity on the roadmap to on-demand fishing,
Is there any estimated cost for each buoy that these pot fishermen or gill netters are going to have to use? Any idea what the cost will be on an individual buoy basis?
And I'm just checking with my other colleagues. Mike Asaro, are you on?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks for the question. This is Mike Asaro. I'm an economist at the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. The answer is yes. So we have the roadmap to on-demand fishing is a project that's underway, and we hope to have that out as soon as we can. We also have other economic research that's underway too, looking at not only the costs of the ropeless queue today, but how we envision those costs to decrease over time as adoption might increase, and through economies of scale, production can increase as well. So we have the numbers of, in terms of the cost today in the roadmap, yes, and we're also working on more analyses that show that how the cost can reduce over time.
Okay, thanks for that answer to that question. I'm going to go next to Vice Chairman Wes Townsend. Go ahead, Wes.
I'll take over in a second, but Dan has another question, another follow-up, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Did I get a definitive answer there? I don't know if my hearing aid isn't working right. So is there a cost per buoy that we can tell these gentlemen in the audience they're going to have to save for going forward when these rules go into effect?
So the cost today for most of the units that are available, again, and these are all largely prototypes that are undergoing R&D at the moment. So the cost for the prototypes can be between $1,000 and $2,500 per end device, with an additional $5,000 or more for the deck unit.
Yep, very good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Okay, let me go. I'm going to go next to Wes. Then I've got Chris Bat-Savage and Sonny Gwynn. Go ahead, Wes.
All right. Two things. Like after you get done with the council members, we have another question or comment from the audience.
Okay.
Is there a place that I can see on your website that shows where the different areas, as far as all the lobster areas, of confirmed entanglements? Because I don't know of any in Area 5 where I fish. And is there somewhere that shows the confirmed entanglements?
We do have some maps of confirmed entanglements, but the main issue is that the vast majority of them do not have identifying characteristics. So we only can sometimes see a portion of the line. It's very rare to be able to actually retrieve the line and analyze it to see if there are markings on there. And some of them, the line isn't there anymore. So you can see the mark from the line, but the line isn't there. So we can't tell exactly where it went. And so on that, the previous slide on here, it shows you several of them we also don't even see. So there's a lot that we still don't know about what's happening and where. So we do have to make some best guesses based on the information that we do have. And that's also why we expanded our gear marking in phase 1 and have talked about doing that for phase 2 as well. So we can improve what we know about where things are happening.
Yeah, I was just curious about that because I know, like in Area 5, I've got to put my three orange markings in each line, in the middle, top, and bottom, and plus my whale breakaways and everything else. And I was just curious. So we're just doing a best guesstimation of where these entanglements are occurring. We don't have hard proof exactly where they are occurring, correct?
We do for some, but we definitely do not for all, unfortunately.
Anything else, Wes?
Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate the question. Chris Bat-Savage.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, thank you, Carson, for refreshing all of our memories as far as the next steps for the Protected Resources Committee. I look forward to meeting in advance of the next TRT meeting, and also look forward to seeing the final report when it's done from this TRT meeting that just occurred back in May. I do have just one comment, I guess, on the roadmap to on-demand fishing. There's an emphasis on the need to engage with stakeholders to guide development and adoption. And I think the comments we've heard, questions and comments we've heard here show that's really important. I suspect you'll also be looking at feedback from law enforcement on this too, since having gear that's not visible from the surface may create some challenges for law enforcement. And I guess where the Protected Resources Committee could come into on this when before the next TRT meeting is just any concerns or issues with potential user conflicts where gear that was once visible from the surface may not be, and you can have folks catching this gear when they wouldn't have otherwise. But just wanted to just kind of share some thoughts on this, and look forward to Protected Resources Committee talking about this more. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I appreciate you bringing that up. I think there are a number of challenges that that the industry will face when the gear is not visible from the surface, and those are things that that we'll have to work through. But I appreciate you bringing that up. Sonny Gwynn, go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering if you could go back to slide 8 or page 8 on the presentation. I'm sorry, 7. There we go. Now, this roadmap on demand fishing, do y'all have experiments going on, fishermen using them right now?
I'm going to defer to Mike again, but yes, we do have a gear team that is working with different fishermen to test out this gear.
And
Or unless we have Henry Milligan on.
At no cost. It's
At no cost, yeah. There's a gear warehouse at Northeast Fisheries Science Center that lends out the gear. And there's also other collaborators that are offering gear use for free to train people and test things out.
And how many?
I think it's up to 30 participants right now.
And how many of these are in the Mid-Atlantic?
Not as many to my knowledge. I think many of them are closer to Massachusetts. So possibly none. There are some in the Southeast and Southern New England. But I haven't heard of many from the Mid-Atlantic.
Is there anything, what's the question? Any way that it could work its way down this way and maybe, get started on it so that we can kind of get ahead of the curve and do it down in the Mid-Atlantic?
I think that would be great, and I'm assuming if we contact our gear team, or if people are interested, if they wanted to talk to the gear team to see how they can get involved, they would be happy to help.
Okay, I think that'd be a good idea, that maybe you could get something going on down here in the Mid-Atlantic. And also, I'd like to thank the commercial fishermen that came in here and talked to us. I know it's the sentiment of a lot of commercial fishermen up and down the East Coast on this issue, and a lot of other issues of, we've been talking about it on the river shad and herring. And I think the next presentation will be the sturgeon, on how it's definitely hurting the commercial fishing industry. And I hope we can all remember that we are feeding people. We're not just commercial fishermen, we are feeding people. And I hope we can get this problem solved. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that, Sonny. Excuse me. Pat Gear. Go ahead, Pat.
Thank you, Commissioner. There we go. I have 2 questions. One is a comment. I'll start with my comment. I worked in Southeast Georgia for about 16 years, and we routinely had right whales off of, that area and off of Jacksonville that were entangled. And almost always they were Canadian, they were identified, either unidentified or with some Canadian gear. So what is Canada doing in response to this as well, is my first question.
There are a series of measures that Canada is doing. I'm not fully detailed on those right now, but they do have a lot of dynamic management and speed restrictions in place, and monitoring up there. We can get information on where you can check back.
And my second question, it's a little more straightforward. The cost of this equipment, is there consideration about looking for funding to support the fishermen like they recently did with the lobster fishery? Where there was funding available to support these new gears that they would have to put on their vessels. So if there's any talk about providing some source of funding to at least reduce the burden on them?
I think there has been some discussion about that. That would have to come through other routes than NIMS. And I don't know exactly what that looks like. Mike Asaro, do you have any idea?
I don't have much more to say than that, Marissa. You know, it's something we've discussed within the roadmap, the need for funding in the initial phases to help industry. But beyond that, in terms of specifics of where it comes from and who, you know, I don't think we have more to say on that.
Colleen Coogan, I'm going to jump in here if you don't mind. So I'm the branch chief in the Greater Atlantic Regional Office that the TRT operates under. And I just want to say we're not talking about ropeless everywhere. We're talking about ropeless that's being developed as an alternative to closed areas. So areas that would potentially be closed to fishing with persistent lines. And if ropeless is developed and becomes operationally feasible, then that would be an option for fishermen to be fishing within those areas. There are also grades of ropeless. So one of the things we were hearing about from the fishermen that are participating on the take reduction team is the possibility of one end fished without a rope. So that would be a trawl or a bottom gear with only one end line. The other end line doesn't necessarily have to be a pop-up buoy. It could be something that's grappled up or other alternatives that fishermen would be considering. As has already been noted, that would require consideration of how it can be enforced as well as how it can be detected. And those are the kinds of research questions that the folks working on the ropeless development are working on, that's laid out in this roadmap. And I'd like to also agree that the voice of the fishermen in developing a lot of these solutions is really key. And we luckily on our take reduction team have a lot of active fishermen that are engaging, and we really do appreciate that input.
Okay, thanks for that. Anything else, Pat?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Eric Reed, and then I think there are a couple hands in the audience. We'll go back to the audience to wrap things up before we move on. So go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two quick questions. On your pilot programs, how many mobile bottom tending gear fishermen are actually involved in trying to see that gear without interacting with it? And the second question is, what is the cost of that particular piece of electronics or whatever it looks like installed? Thank you.
Colleen here again. It doesn't look like we have our.
I'm on, Colleen.
I'm sorry, Henry, I didn't see you on there. I'll let you take this.
So the question is how much is a through-hull transducer installed?
Joe, it's not just the transducer is one thing. You've got to have the mount for it. You've got to haul the boat out. You've got to
Exactly.
fabricate the equipment, and then you've got to install the electronics and learn how to use it.
Yeah.
So those costs are all cumulative. But how many, do you have anybody that's actually trying to look for gear without running it over?
Yeah. We have two vessels now that, so the technology is fairly new in design, and we have two vessels now that have trialed the through-hull transducers successfully, which is nice. The cost of those through-hull transducers without those additional costs that you correctly mentioned was about $4,500. Again, economies of scale, these are the first ones. And just to go back to the statement earlier, you know, we're trying to get this gear into the hands of fishermen to because it is a prototype, to resolve the operational issues, get it to a point where the fishermen are happy with it, the engineers, the fishermen are providing that feedback to the engineers that's so crucial in this stuff, and that we're getting multiple different types of systems to fishermen, so fishermen can determine which systems they're most comfortable with using. We've got the inflation systems, the airbags, as well as the stowed rope and some spool systems as well. So we're building a gear library, and the goal of the gear library is to provide those systems to fishermen who are interested in trialing that. And then once we get to a point, and we're not there yet, but once we get to a point where the fishermen are comfortable with it, we've already seen the manufacturers are starting to streamline their manufacturing process. As Mike mentioned, economies of scale we hope will come into play. But at this point, we're trying to get fishermen's input. And well, back to your question about the costs. Those costs, we hauled the vessel, so when we put the transducers on, it was when the fisherman was naturally hauling their vessel anyways. So there's the deck system, which is a component as well. So I don't have the cumulative costs, but it is something we could look up and get a more definitive answer. Although at this point, we're still not at we're still at that developmental stage. Does that help? I hope.
No.
We're still, so we're trying to incorporate this into the chart plotters. And again, it's all a process that's being developed. So we're not at a point where we can define an actual cost to this, because the technology is still developing. And our goal again is to provide the technology to fishermen to get their feedback, and hopefully with that back and forth, with that discussion, we'll get to a point where the technology is such that operationally it works for the fishermen, and eventually the costs as well work for the fishermen. We're hoping to entice more engineers into this discussion, into producing these systems for the fishermen, and getting helping competition occur. So we're providing fishermen the engineers the capability to get out on the boat with the fishermen, and providing the fishermen some stipends to help provide us feedback on those systems. And so any engineers that are interested in helping out in this situation, we're helping to support that effort as well.
Okay, thanks for that response. I have one more council member that I'm going to turn to, but I think it's been clear based on the comments that we've received, as well as folks from the audience, that there's a tremendous amount of concern about how this process is going to play out. I anticipate that our council will make significant contributions through our Protected Resources Committee and through our council staff as far as feedback. So I would stay tuned for that. I've got Dan Farnham, and then I'm going to go to the audience. I've got James Fletcher, and Wes, I think, told me there was one other person in the audience. We'll wrap it up there. But go ahead, Dan, and then James, you're next.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify or broaden up on what Eric was asking. So am I correct in hearing right that not only are buoys, ropeless buoys being developed, but also electronics or new software is being developed to help mobile tending gear avoid those buoys while they're not deployed, while they're laying on the bottom? Is that correct?
This is Henry Milliken again. Yes, so we have apps that will allow the mobile fleet to view the fixed gear where it's set, and the way it's designed now, it's still a work in progress, but the way it's designed now is that it would provide that information only when the vessel is within a certain radius of that gear. That work is ongoing. Kristen Kahn at our center has done a tremendous amount of effort trying to coordinate the best methods to help make that happen. And we're also encouraging technologies to more specifically, more accurately locate the gear while it's on the bottom instead of just GPS markings while it's at the surface.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that question, Dan. Thanks for the answer. Let's go. I'm going to go back to the audience for a last comment or two. I'm going to start with James Fletcher. Go ahead, James. James, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Okay, James left my screen. We can come back if we can get the problem corrected. Wes, do you want to call on anybody else that's left in the audience that wants to provide a comment?
Yes, Tim, you want to speak again?
Tim Froelich again. Two general comments. My other concerns were addressed by some of the other council members and some of the other people, but I had the observer on the boat just the other day, and his friend, he's from North Carolina. His friend is doing a survey, research thing in North Carolina. The month of May 1st, they started. They had 80 pots. The study's only been going since the beginning of May, and they're already down to 30 traps. So this technology, what you're talking about, it doesn't exist yet. So I don't understand how we're going to implement this in the very near future if you don't have the thing. And then to address the concerns about the sonar and the other stuff, I fish on the open bottom where getting run over is a real reality. Now, I'm not blaming anybody for doing it because the scallopers and other stuff who are fishing there, they're busy. Even the captain shucks on these boats and the mates, the guys who are running the boats. And when it gets rough, they can't see the flag that's 7 or 8 feet standing out of the water. I don't blame them for it. Accidents happen. But when there's nothing there to even so they can see it with their eye, because you can't see it when it gets rough. If it's 6, 7 foot sea, you're not seeing that flag until you're right on top of it. Now you're going to tell me the guy's going to be sitting there looking at a screen that may or may not work? Is that what we're proposing? Because that's what I thought I heard. Is that what I thought I heard? Because I'm not a technology guy. This is my cell phone right here. It's a flip phone. I don't have an iPhone or any other thing you're talking about, and I don't want one. So I come from the old school. My father taught me how to fish the old way. He didn't even have a GPS or anything until maybe 30 years ago. I go clamming in the bay. I don't have a GPS. I use ranges on the land and the other stuff. And miraculously, I can find my way around. But that's just the way, I don't know. I don't get it. We're moving more towards technology to put a burden on the commercial fishing industry that maybe not all of it, but some of it doesn't deserve any burden. I'm not saying the interactions don't happen, because apparently they do in some places. But the interactions are so small, or the potential is so small, I don't know what you're actually asking. Is this going to be on everybody or just where the interactions happen? Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the additional comment there, and I think some of the answers are going to be developed. Again, this is a NOAA Fisheries initiative that the council has an opportunity to to provide comment through our council process. So I think there's been a lot of really good discussion today, and hopefully the folks that are working on this phase 2 plan will take some of these questions and thoughts into consideration. At this time, I want to thank the presenters and the folks from the service who were here to help answer questions. I know some of the questions didn't, there's still some uncertainty about the answers. But I want to thank everybody for being here to provide that information to the council. And we'll look forward to having a Protected Resources Committee meeting so we can identify specific comment that we'd like to make through this process once it's a little further developed. So thank you all very much. I am going to move on at this time. Excuse me. So I'd like to take up one more action item on the agenda before we take a break. So the next item on our agenda is an Atlantic sturgeon bycatch draft action plan. We have Spencer, and I might butcher your last name. Is it Talmadge? With Sustainable Fisheries from the regional office here to provide us that update. So Spencer, I'm going to turn things over to you if you're ready to go. Anytime you're ready, you can get started. I appreciate you being here.
Sure, you're able to hear me, right?
Yep, we hear you just fine.
Right, and you did get my last name correct. It is Talmadge, so thank you for that. Yeah, and so I'm going to run through the draft action plan for Atlantic sturgeon bycatch for you today. So if we can go to the next slide, please. And so just to recap, in May of 2021, NOAA Fisheries released a biological opinion for 10 FMPs in the Omnibus Essential Fish Habitat Amendment on their effects on ESA listed species, including sturgeon. And so that biological opinion required NOAA Fisheries to convene a working group to conduct a review of available information pertaining to Atlantic sturgeon bycatch in our federal large mesh gillnet fisheries, which in this context is defined as 7-inch, greater than or equal to 7 inches in this context. That working group needed to produce an action plan by May 27th of this year, which would reduce bycatch of sturgeon by 2024, and that action plan needed to include evaluation of post-release mortality. So in February, I recall that I gave a presentation to the council going over this requirement and the Atlantic sturgeon bycatch working group that we formed in order to meet these. And so the first full meeting in that group, including state participants, occurred on February 14th of this year. And so the action plan that I'm talking about today was released online in draft form on May 26th of this year. So a whole day ahead of our deadline. Next slide, please. And so this is the group that we had that I want to thank everybody involved in really quickly. I'm not going to name every name here, but we had Greater Atlantic Regional Fisheries Office staff, Fisheries Science Center staff, and folks from state marine resource agencies up and down the coast. So next slide, please. And so really quickly, why is the action plan a draft? And so if you remember from my February presentation, I talked a lot about the Federal Advisory Committee Act, which dictates how the agency has to run certain working groups and advisory committees. I won't get deep into that, but essentially it prevented us from being able to incorporate council and public feedback into this process it prevented us from doing that satisfactorily. So in order to provide that opportunity, we released the action plan as a draft and I'm giving these presentations to receive that feedback, and we plan to produce a finalized version of this document in September ahead of for the New England Council priority setting and for the Mid-Atlantic Council the implementation plan. So next slide, please. So like I said, I'm going to give a brief overview of the action plan, what's in it, and what it means. And so briefly, the action plan communicates the results of our information review and highlights information gaps that we have. It describes the measures that the working group recommends that the New England and Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Councils consider in order to reduce bycatch by 2024 in our federal gillnet fisheries. and it establishes a time frame for development of these measures and further evaluation of post-release mortality by all partners involved. And so briefly, in the plan, there's a description of the fisheries that we're talking about, the regulations, review of our available data, the conclusions that we've drawn from that information, and the recommendations and timelines. Next slide, please. So briefly, the action plan, because it was derived from the 2021 biological opinions, it essentially was limited to consideration of the FMPs and ISFMPs that were evaluated in that. I'm not going to read this giant list, but all of these 10 FMPs, you can see that some, like the American lobster fishery, they don't fish with gill nets, and so even though the action plan theoretically considered them, it discards them as being something that would be affected by the measures in the action plan. But others, like the monkfish, northeast multi-species, skate, and spiny dogfish, those fisheries participate with gill nets, and so it's likely that measures recommended by the action plan would affect them. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'm sorry, did I disconnect? I'm seeing just the description of fisheries. Folks can hear me, so right?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm not seeing the slides change. Let's give it a second and we'll get caught up.
Sure. And I'm on page 7, if in case. And just while we're waiting, I guess, I'll say that I am running through this pretty quickly because there is a lot of information, and I really want to get to public comment and things like that at the end. So please forgive me if I run a little bit too fast, but I'm trying to be clear and speedy so that we can get to public input. But back to this, now that we're on the right page, thank you. Yeah, so in the action plan, like I said, we conducted an information review, which included peer-reviewed scientific papers, available data from our observer program database, grant program reports, including things like research that looked at gear modification, workshop reports, Science Center estimates of Atlantic sturgeon bycatch, and the 2017 Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission stock assessment. And so these sources looked at things like distribution and occurrence of sturgeon, analysis of bycatch information, and bycatch mitigation. So like I said, research into gear modifications to reduce Atlantic sturgeon bycatch. Excuse me. And these sources represent the known information available to the working group on Atlantic sturgeon bycatch. Next slide, please. And so from this information review, the working group made several conclusions. I'm not going to read this block of text directly, but essentially it concluded that the gillnet fisheries for monkfish, spiny dogfish, and northeast multi-species are the primary contributors to Atlantic sturgeon bycatch in the gillnet with the gillnet gear. It also concluded that low-profile gillnet designs, which have reduced height, shorter tie-down length, and shorter tie-down spacing, are potentially they reduce sturgeon bycatch potentially without reduction in catch target species. So a gillnet configuration tested in 2019, which had 13-inch mesh size, 8 mesh height, and 24-inch tie down spaced every 12 feet, was found to reduce Atlantic sturgeon bycatch in New Jersey waters without significant reductions in monkfish catch. Also concluded that soak time is a likely driver of Atlantic sturgeon bycatch rates and mortality, just based on our research, and generally the idea that the longer you have your gear in the water, the greater chance that it will have to interact with a given fish, and the longer your gear is in the water after having interacted with that fish would lead to greater chances of mortality if the fish is entangled for a longer period of time. Next slide, please. And so continuing on with conclusions, again, we looked at drivers of Atlantic sturgeon movement and abundance, so temperature and depth are big for that. And I think most people would probably not be surprised that we found that sturgeon tend to occur in shallower waters, generally less than 50 meters in depth, but during seasonal coastal movements, less than 25 meters in depth. And so we think that when they're in shallow water, the migratory pathways that are along the coast are used by large numbers of sturgeon and represent key areas of high abundance. So it's less that there are like large aggregations where fish are sitting, and more that there are migratory pathways that are heavily used, and if you lay a gill net across them, you're likely to interact with them. And then finally, post-release mortality for Atlantic sturgeon is very poorly understood. We don't have a whole lot of information on the topic, and what we do have is a tagging study, which was promising, but had a pretty small sample size. So we don't know a whole lot about post-release mortality, which is a problem. Next slide, please. So from those conclusions, the working group recommended 3 different approaches to bycatch reductions by 2024, and these are modifications to gear, modifications to fishing practices, and consideration of areas of focus in regions where Atlantic sturgeon bycatch is most common, like these migratory pathways I talked about. And so a couple things to consider here. So the first is that these approaches and the things that I talk about more specifically in a moment are not mutually exclusive. So you could mix, match, combine different measures to achieve bycatch reduction that works with the fishery and doesn't overly negatively affect them. The other thing is that these recommendations are meant as the foundation for what we hope is a robust discussion, both here during the summer and later in council development or our development of actions. So these are not like necessarily when you're used to seeing it things like alternatives for framework actions or things like that. These are not that. These are less specific than that. So I wanted folks to keep that in mind, that the working group is not advocating that we blanket apply all of these things all at once or anything like that. These are just the foundation of what we hope is the discussion. Next slide, please. And so for modifications to gear, so the working group recommends that councils consider requiring the use of low-profile gill-net gear by federally permitted vessels while they're fishing for monkfish in their day at sea, while they're participating in a large mesh exemption area that's currently required to have mesh size of 10 inches, or while they're fishing under Northeast Multi-Species Day at Sea in the large mesh day at sea program. Basically, vessels that are fishing with the large mesh net that we're talking about in the 7-inch. Essentially everywhere they're fishing here is 10 inches or larger. So the working group, like I said, considers a low-profile gill net designed to have mesh size range from 12 to 13 inches, net height from 6 to 8 meshes tall, tie-down length of 24 inches, tie-down spacing of 12 feet, and a primary hanging ratio of 0.50. Next slide, please. And I already talked about this net used by Fox et al. In 2019 that the working group considered to show the greatest success in bycatch mitigation without reduction of target species. And I won't go over the specifications again, although I will note the tie-down spacing says 12 inches. It should say 12 feet. That's my bad. So in that study, it was found no significant reduction of monkfish catch by the New Jersey vessel. But it is important to point out that there was scientifically significant reduction in monkfish catch by the New York vessel. And skate was about the same and for both. And I think the point here is that we would advocate for continued experimentation in order to identify the low-profile mesh design that works the best for fishermen and for bycatch mitigation. But the time that we take to do that has to be balanced with the need to implement meaningful bycatch reductions as soon as possible to meet our biological opinion requirements. Next slide, please. Moving on to modification to fishing practices, the working group recommends that the councils consider measures to reduce soak time of gill nets deployed by federally permitted fishing vessels in the same fisheries that we talked about. So important caveat is soak time in the federal large mesh gill net fisheries does vary greatly across the region due to differences in fishing practice and condition. And the work group did note that maybe particularly challenging to enforce certain measures to reduce soak times. And so briefly, NIMS has explored the development of data loggers, which could assist us in that task if that was the route that folks wanted, that was explored. There are also regulatory changes that exist that would not require the use of loggers to reduce soak time. So if we were able to make regulatory changes that either eliminated things like nets being left out in the year for trip vessels, and if we were to modify regulations to improve efficiency and things like that, that allow fishermen to, prosecute their business in a way that is efficient, which without needing them to be out in the water for longer. Next slide, please. And so the last suite of recommendations were these areas of focus. And so our available observer data incident suggests high incidence of Atlantic sturgeon bycatch in gillnet fisheries in some distinct regions along the coast, which roughly correspond to available examples from the literature review, which I'll point out. And this is just a large map of just showing generally all of what we're looking at. In terms of the top is, where we see sturgeon bycatch, and the bottom is everything. So you can see that there's areas of the purple there at the bottom where there's definitely fishing occurring, but we're not seeing any sturgeon bycatch. But then there's areas where we're seeing a lot of fishing and a lot of sturgeon bycatch. It's important to note here that this is fisheries dependent data. So we're showing you where fishing is occurring, and so we have to be really careful about the conclusions that we draw from this information. But at the end of the day, we are showing where sturgeon are being caught, and so we do need to address that where they are caught. Next slide, please. And so the working group recommends that the council consider small, focused, and potentially seasonal measures within the areas of focus identified as containing a high incidence of sturgeon bycatch. Again, this note here that the data is strongly related to fishing effort. I will note that the working group did consider, but ultimately discarded large, broad area-based measures. But based on the presumption of high negative impact of the fisheries involved, those measures were discarded in favor of advocating for smaller, focused ideas. And so this is where the combination of approaches idea kind of comes into play. So you could look at these areas that we're pointing out here and say, okay, well, there's clumps of sturgeon bycatch in this little corner, so let's just put a closed area here. You could do things, you could do that, but you could also decide, okay, well, we want people to still be able to fish in this area, but we'll require the low profile gillnet in this area, so that you're kind of combining the recommendations here to result in a measure that makes sense in reducing bycatch but does not overly impact the fishery. And just work would be needed to be done to evaluate the trade-offs of those kinds of approaches. Next slide, please. And so I've got maps here. I'm going to run through them pretty quickly because they're just maps, and I want to give people time to comment when I'm done here. The Gulf of Maine, again, this is not a whole lot of patterning here, and again, this is heavily dependent on it's fisheries dependent information. So this is where people are fishing. So this is where we're seeing the bycatch. I will note that the Western Gulf of Maine closed area is not pictured on this slide, but is directly adjacent to some of these incidences of sturgeon bycatch that we're seeing in the observer data. And then finally, I want to again just remind people that the box here is not something that we're proposing as a measure in and of itself, but it's just meant to draw attention to these areas. And so, don't get too worked up over the box. It is just a visualization kind of tool. Next slide, please. Same thing here. This is Southern New England, Cox's Ledge, Rhode Island. Again, not a whole lot of discernible seasonal pattern. We see it is important to notice that we're seeing a lot of April and June. So these green dots are April, June, which we've categorized as spring, and then these purple dots are October through December, which we've categorized as the winter, and then a couple of January, March, which we've also categorized as winter. Although I think that should be. Anyways, we see a lot of catch on those either October, December, and April, June, but not a whole lot in the summer, which matched heavily with the literature, which indicated that most bycatch should be expected during these months. So we see that here. There's no discernible pattern otherwise, but this is this area. Next slide, please. And so this is where I imagine most people are going to be focused on, this New Jersey bite. I think the difference here is there's a readily available seasonal pattern. With the April, June, spring months, you've got some pretty heavy clumping and mostly closer to shore in the spring months. And so you also see this purple is our winter months, and it's more diffuse and offshore. I will note that some of our literature done in NL in 2010 was a small area off of Sandy Hook as a closure, but we didn't really see that in our data that would have supported that. But it's likely that perhaps they were not looking at gillnet, or not all of the bycatch up there would be gillnet gear. In addition, some of the migratory patterns that we saw in our literature imply that migratory pathways do occur in the area. So if you're there's been some tagging work on sturgeon in the Hudson Bay, excuse me, and those migratory patterns show like heavy travel along the coast of New Jersey. And then finally, I want to note that there is bycatch of sturgeon south of Long Island, like right along the coast. But that's all trawl fishing, which is not subject to what we're doing here with this group. Next slide, please. Moving further south, there are 3 general areas of interaction with sturgeon along Delmarva and south of the Chesapeake, and so these are the northernmost 2. Again, we see we have a couple of modeling studies that kind of support sturgeon presence along these areas, and so perhaps support some sort of focus measures in these areas. And so the northernmost here of these areas displays, I would say, a distinct seasonal pattern. Again, we have that spring right along the coast, whereas we have October through December in the winter is further offshore. And again, this area southeast of Chincoteague has a little bit of that going on, but it's less clear. There's definitely more interaction occurring from October through March in that area, and so perhaps something like a winter seasonal closure or a seasonal restricted gear measure or something could be useful in this area, and so we suggest looking into that block. I mean, again, the boxes here are just to draw your eye and not necessarily intended to be the boundaries of specific measures. Next slide. And this is the last one. This is southeast of the Chesapeake. And again, a lot of activity in the winter, less so in the spring, and more diffuse. And it's kind of the same deal here. This is just an area that the council should look at when they are seeking to devise measures to reduce sturgeon bycatch. So that's all of the areas, and that's all of the measures recommended by the working group to reduce sturgeon bycatch, and all of this is in the action plan in more detail. Next slide, please. And so the final requirement of the BIOP that required the action plan to include a section on post-release mortality. And so the general takeaway there is that our understanding of post-release mortality capture of sturgeon captured in gillnet gear is very poor, and like I said, the available information that we have is unfortunately hampered by a small sample size. And so the working group recommended that the council's ASMFC and NOAA fisheries prioritize focused research into kind of subordinate categories. So we need to learn more about. We need to have more quantitative estimates of post-release mortality rates. So, what percentage of sturgeon are dying out of gillnets, and then we need to know more about injury assessment for entangled sturgeon. So, when an observer, for example, encounters a sturgeon entangled in gillnet gear, we need to give that observer the tools to be able to understand whether that sturgeon is likely to survive or experience mortality. So currently, our observer data has a couple different categories for status. So there's alive, there's dead head only, and then there is another dead category that I can't remember. But none of these are extremely useful for understanding post-release mortality and the mortality of sturgeon that we have. Because you don't necessarily know if a sturgeon released alive is going to continue to live. And so to get at this, the working group studied the workshop style approach that was used to develop technical guidelines for assessing injury of sea turtles. And that effort began in 2003. Next slide, please. And so this is an extremely, extremely rough approximation of what that effort was. But essentially, they started with an initial assessment of injuries from sea turtle interactions with sea scallop dredge gear. We conducted that assessment by issuing a detailed questionnaire to experts in sea turtle veterinary medicine and rehabilitation. And so we used that information to generate working guidance for scallop gear. And then over time, the need was seen to extend those guidelines to other fishing gear. And so a workshop was held to further develop those technical guidelines. And so the sturgeon working group recognized this process as a good example of work used to evaluate and develop an understanding of post-release mortality of an ESA listed species, but found that it was unlikely to be directly applicable to sturgeon. The primary problem with taking this process and trying to apply it to sturgeon is that we just lack an equivalent network of veterinarian rescue rehabilitation experts. We don't have, there are sea turtle hospitals up and down the coast. We don't have, I don't think, the same degree of sturgeon hospitals and things like that. So kind of had to take a step back. And next slide. And so after looking at the sea turtle example, the working group recommended a two-phased approach with 3 objectives. And so the 3 objectives were to develop protocols and criteria for visual assessment of Atlantic sturgeon captured in gillnet gear and estimation of post-release mortality, like I said. Second objective is to facilitate information gathering of new data that quantifies post-release mortality. And finally, the third objective here is to explore options for a citizen science program for gillnet fishermen to facilitate our long-term assessment of post-release mortality. And so those are the objectives. The first phase of the approach to meet those objectives, the working group suggests should be led by NOAA Fisheries. That would be to identify the steps needed to acquire additional information. Basically, what do we need to do to meet these objectives? The second phase is for, once we've determined, all right, what do we need to do to meet these 3 objectives, is for NOAA Fisheries to collaborate with our partners at the Council and MAFMC to carry out the things that we identify that we need to do to meet these 3 objectives. Excuse me. Next slide, please. And so here's our timeline. I apologize if this is hard to see because it's a pretty jam-packed timeline. But if you look at the top here, we have on May 26, 2022. That's when we released our draft action plan. We are in that second row right now, presentation of the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council meeting. And so up through September, I'm going to be giving presentations at the New England Council and the AFMFC. And, I've been also talking to the Groundfish Committee, Groundfish Advisory Panel, Monkfish Committee, and I hope to be talking to more of the committees and advisory panels for relevant fisheries to get feedback and input. At which point in September, we'll finalize the action plan and release it online, which would set up the New England and Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council's priorities and implementation setting processes, which will occur through December. If one or both of the councils determine that they want to develop an action under MSA to take up one of them to further explore the measures recommended in the action plan, we have this pathway on the left that is council action development submission. I don't know that December 2024 is intended to be December 2023. That's my apologies. And then eventual final rule and publication and implementation by May 1, which would be the start of the fishing year for most of these fisheries that we're talking about, monkfish, northeast multi-species, et cetera. If neither of the councils decide to take up action under MSA, the agency still does have to, under the conditions of the biological opinion, to continue these fisheries, we have to develop, we still have to ensure that we reduce sturgeon bycatch by 2024. So we would have to develop an action under ESA. It's the timeline is on the right there. It's very similar, would result in implementation of whatever measures we come up with by May of 2024, hopefully in line with those fishing seasons. Next slide, please. And then this is the timeline for post-release mortality. This is significantly thicker, so I'll try to, than the last one, so I'll try to summarize really quickly here. Essentially, by the end of 2023, NIFS needs to have identified the steps that we need to take to meet our objectives. Then we would take 2024 through 2025 to work with the councils and ASMFC to meet these objectives. And then throughout that process, we will be communicating to the councils and ASMFC our progress. And then by the end of 2026, we hope to have everything wrapped up to better inform post-release mortality. So hopefully I've summarized that adequately. All of this is in the action plan, like I said, which I think folks have and is available on our website. And all, I think next slide is just my question slide. One thing I didn't do here before I go out for questions is I probably should have included my email address. Like I said, I'm giving presentations at the councils and today with the intention of getting public feedback and comments. So I expect to hear, I'm here to handle questions and from the council, but I'm also here to receive questions from the public, not just today, but whenever folks have them and want to provide input. And so I think I'll need to find a way. The action plan is on our website with my contact information, and if folks are interested, I can I can direct them to council staff to get my contact information. But that's me for right now, and I'm ready for questions.
Okay, thanks, Spencer. A lot of information there, and I appreciate you moving through that so that we do have time for questions. I think what I would recommend is to work with our council staff to get your contact information and have that sent out to council members so they can contact you directly. We do have a few hands raised. So what I'd like to do, the purpose, as Spencer mentioned, the purpose of this discussion is to provide some initial feedback, but I want to just plant the seed to possibly have an idea put out there. And maybe this would fall on Carson and Chris Batsavage as well, about maybe adding some of this discussion to what we discussed earlier with the large whale take reduction phase 2 comment. We might be able to incorporate some of this into that meeting as well, to get a more thought out, a more focused discussion rather than just a few comments today. So let's give that some thought, and we'll see where that goes. Bonnie, your hand came up first, but I'm going to stick with the council at this point, but I'll come back to the public. So just hang tight. I'm going to start with Michelle Duvall. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Spencer, for all that information. Really quick question, and apologies if I missed this during your talk, but the maps that you showed with the interactions, are those are all interactions from the observer program? So live, dead, all categories of interaction, is that correct?
Correct, yep.
Thank you.
That was quick, Michelle. Okay, Chris Batsavage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two pretty related questions, I think. And thank you, Spencer, for the presentation. Very, very informative. It looked like in the maps, a lot of the sturgeon interactions occurred in state waters. So if the councils decided to develop an action under MSA, would any of those any action coming out of that only apply to federal waters, or and not state waters? Because that's my first question.
So yes, and we hear this a lot. I will note that we expect that most of the when a measure is applied that is required by a vessel holding a certain permit. So like say we require federally permitted vessels to do X, Y, Z. It doesn't matter where that vessel is if they are a federally permitted vessel and they must adhere to that requirement. So things like area measures, we might hit federal vessels that are fishing in those areas. If we say draw the line from the coastline out, we wouldn't hit state vessels fishing in those areas. For example, like if we drew the box in that way. But say if we required, I'm just using this for example because I don't want to give people the wrong idea, but if it was required, for example, to that like all federally permitted vessels of this permit type use low profile gill net gear, then that applies to those vessels. And it wouldn't matter if they're fishing in state or federal waters, is my understanding.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that helps. And yeah, I guess you'll be giving this presentation to ASMFC, so I'm sure they'll provide some feedback too. Because I'm thinking about like the spiny dogfish fishery, which is managed by both ASMFC and the New England and Mid Atlantic councils. But there's spiny dogfish fishermen that fish exclusively in state waters. They don't have the federal permits. But kind of on that along the lines of just state waters interactions. I know this action was limited to just looking at the federal FMPs, but through the observer program information, were there any other large mesh gillnet fisheries that aren't federally managed that had sturgeon interactions, particularly in those boxes that you highlighted as areas where sturgeon interactions are more likely to occur? Thanks.
None that come to mind. Although I do have a breakdown of things like it's not shown in in these slides, but I do have a breakdown of things like target species and other data points that we use to identify what fishery a given observation is from. So that's something that I can certainly I don't have a good answer for you today, and I apologize for that, but it's something that I can look back at and see if there's any unmanaged or otherwise not typical fishery that's participating that's in this data. But my first thought is that I don't think so. It's mostly I think dogfish, monkfish, skate, that species.
Okay, thanks. Maureen Davidson is next, and then Dan Farnham. You'll be after Maureen. Go ahead, Maureen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Spencer, that was a lot of information. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think some of it might have gotten past me, so I have a question. There were recommendations that you had described sort of in response, modification to gear, modification to fishing practices, and consideration of areas of focus. On a later slide, you had a bullet where it said that no modification in gear would be necessary in New Jersey, but it would be necessary in New York. Now, is that observation based on observed encounters off in New Jersey, off in New York, or is it the prevalent gear that's used in those areas, or is it something else that I missed altogether?
So I think I can clarify that, and no worry. I know I throw a lot of information to everybody today, and I appreciate everybody's willingness to run through it with me and ask questions. So I think the line that you're talking about was on page 12. I don't know if that can be thrown back up, but essentially it notes that there was no significant reduction in monkfish catch by a New Jersey-based vessel, but significant reduction in monkfish catch by a New York-based vessel, and I think that's what you're talking about. And so that was referring to a gillnet gear modification study conducted by Fox et al., which we have grant reports from 2019 from, that explored a particular low-profile gillnet gear. And so in that study, that net performed really well in avoiding sturgeon bycatch and retaining catch of monkfish, skate, and other target species by a particular vessel that was based out of New Jersey. The same was not true necessarily for a vessel that was based out of New York, and I think that part of that might be driven by where that vessel was fishing and how it fishes and how large. I think there might have been some small differences in net length, and I'm trying to remember there was some other. I think there was also an incident where the soak time for one of the New York trips was a lot longer than they had intended. So some things there that could throw off the information. But it wasn't intended to note that we were going to target certain vessels over another. I think the other thing that you might be keying in on is we had that map of the New Jersey Bight, and I noted that there was sturgeon bycatch off of New Jersey, but not as heavily off of New York, off of Long Island. And so that comes down to the gear that was used. And so the bycatch that we're seeing off of New Jersey was all of our bycatch and our gill net gear and our large mesh gill net gear that we're looking at in this exercise in this action plan. The bycatch that I know is off of New York, of Long Island, that we see in our NEFOP data, that was all trawl gear, and that's not a gear type that we're considering in this particular effort. And so that's why that didn't appear in that map. I hope that clarifies things.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Spencer. Thanks, Maureen. Dan Farnham?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take a look at the action plan timeline, if I could, please. I might have missed this, I don't know, but you can, let me know if I'm wrong, but so it says if the councils develop an action under an MSA or if NIMS develops one under ESA, who gets to make that decision? Do the councils get the option to develop a plan, or does NIMS, who gets first dibs on this?
So the way it's, Mike signaled to me that he wanted to go ahead. So Mike, go ahead.
Sure, thanks, Spencer. Yeah, it's a good question. I think the intention is, and our preference is for the councils to take the lead on this. So our timeline is structured around getting input from the councils over the summer on the draft action plan, finalizing that action plan in advance of the council's meetings this fall, where they will set their you will set your priorities for 2023. And so our preference is you'll take the input and advice from the action plan and hopefully think about what actions could be developed during 2023 that would address some of the recommendations in the action plan to reduce bycatch of sturgeon. If that happens, then the councils are in the lead, the councils have the ball, and we will support the council through that process. If, however, both councils take the action plan, this is kind of our worst case scenario. Both councils take the action plan, say, thank you very much, we're not doing anything. Then we would be obligated to look at that action plan and in 2023, begin some form of secretarial action to address some of the recommendations that are in the action plan to reduce bycatch.
Follow up, please, Mr. Chair.
Of course, go ahead, Dan.
Yep, thank you. So would if the councils decide to develop this plan, I'm assuming it would be a joint plan, correct?
I don't want to speak for the councils, but it seems like, given the case of particularly monkfish and dogfish, which already are joint FMPs, then it would be necessary for the councils to act, in concert jointly. If there was some other aspect of a measure that could be done by one council but not the other, then it wouldn't necessarily require a joint action. But certainly for monkfish and dogfish, it would presumably require joint action.
Yep, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Appreciate you jumping in, Mike, on that one. So I still have Maureen and Dan's hand up. Dan, did you have a follow-up? All right. Okay, well, everyone just put their hands down. Give me 1 second. I'm letting my screen settle. Okay, at this time, I don't see any other hands from the audience or from the council. So I'd like to go out to the public. Wes, is there anyone in the audience there today that can you ask for a show of hands?
3 in the audience, including Bonnie Brady, count as one of those 3.
Okay, so let's take those 3 individuals. If you guys can keep your comments to just a couple minutes, that would be helpful. We'll start with Bonnie. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Thank you, Mike. Bonnie Brady, Long Island Commercial Fishing Association. Is Spencer still on the line? Spencer, I have a couple of questions for you, please.
I am. Fire away.
No relation to East Hampton Talmadges, are you?
No, I am born in Ohio, moved out here for work.
Gotcha. Okay, I heard you say in the presentation that the issue with bycatch in the gillnet fishery was not an issue for Long Island, and based on those maps, that is in fact the case. You did say that, correct?
So the bycatch for gillnet gear was not occurring directly off the coast of Long Island.
Right, but well, my question, however, is the document that was part of the action plan to reduce Atlantic sturgeon bycatch, that one, on page 16 into 17, it refers to characteristics of bycatch, yada, yada, yada. And on page 17, you specifically, well, not you, sorry, at the top of the page, it refers to in the Mid-Atlantic, it talks about the percentage of live versus dead or unknowns, but then specifically, the last sentence there says in waters off of New Jersey, New York, and south of Martha's Vineyard, however, this dynamic is flipped, with 53.8% of sturgeon considered dead, dead damaged, or dead head only, while only 43.2% were considered alive. I know because I happened to get just about an hour ago, the NEFOP data specific to the gillnet fishery through all states from Massachusetts to North Carolina that was in 5-year increments, so to maintain confidentiality. And for all of Long Island from a period of 2011 to 2020, there were unobserved gillnet trips, only 10 that were alive. 10 were alive, 4 were dead, and 9 were unknown. So is there something that's going to be coming forward to specifically say that the area regarding the New York, south of New York, well, New York area south of Long Island is not going to have any issues regarding the gillnet fishery? There are some guys that are probably going to speak after me regarding the gear that was tested would not work in this area. And I know for trawls, back when they classified sturgeon as considered endangered, the trawl issue was not as much of an issue because the majority of them were released alive. Speak to that, please.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the page that you highlighted, and I looking at these numbers, I can't off the top of my head necessarily.
Well, I know because I did a quick number on it. There were a
Right.
total of between 2011 and 2020, there were 919 total interactions from Maine to North Carolina. That's from the NEFOP data that I just got. And of that, 10 alive, 4 dead, 9 unknown in 10 years. I can forward that if you'd like.
Yeah, please forward that to me. I guess I think your follow on to that was, can we say that New York is not is and I think you said okay in terms of this. And I think that the answer is that, this action plan describes, certain measures based on what we're seeing in that NEFOP data and in the gear research that I think folks are going to comment about soon. And lays the foundation for hopefully the council to take up, actions to reduce sturgeon bycatch. So I can't really say whether, the council, if they do choose to take action, what the breadth of those measures might be, if that makes sense. I mean, I do want to reiterate that again, like we didn't see necessarily the gillnet interactions in the observer data immediately off of Long Island. So like that is, the case for that piece of data that we have. But again, I don't want to get too far ahead of the process and say that there's a given thing that we wouldn't do or wouldn't explore.
Right, but in 613 was the Long Island data, and then I've also have 537, which I guess is considered southern New England, even though it goes straight down from Cape Cod and that area. But for this area specifically, since obviously you've got quite a few recommendations, but for our area, because there is very limited to virtually none bycatch, I would hope that any plan, or including the report that you have done, makes that clarification clear, since even both areas for Long Island, we've got a limited gillnet fishery. There's a couple of guys that are probably going to speak right now, but it's not the issue that it is in other states. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bonnie. Because I'm not there, I'm going to ask Wes to call on the other members of the public that are in the audience. And then Wes, once you're done with that, you can kick it back to me. We'll take, or actually, you could actually just call a break, or kick it back to me. I'll call the break, and then we'll start up from there. So, Wes, it's on you.
All right. Tim?
Thank you. Tim Froelich again. I just two general comments. Maybe I missed it in the presentation, but are they doing anything to preserve the estuaries or the other things, or is the commercial fishing industry going to bear the burden of rebuilding this whole fishery? Because if it was in there, I didn't see it. And when this all came about, it was my belief that they needed to list it so they could do those things. I don't believe the numbers that they're using are nowhere near accurate. I once participated in the commercial fishery, and the numbers that are out there now, I truly believe the fishery's rebuilt. So the more animals you're going to have in the ocean, the more incidental takes you're going to have. No one's fishing where the sturgeon actually are. If I wanted to go fishing today, I'd be fishing in 60 feet of water. We're not fishing there. We're fishing in 150 feet of water. So either we're fishing inside them to try to catch bass and other things, or we're fishing way outside them. So that needs to be taken into consideration. The incidental take, it's an incidental take. It's caught by not in a directed fishery where the directed fishery used to participate. So that should be included in this thing. We should be allocated some sort of incidental take under the Endangered Species Act like they do with other marine mammals, if that's the route we're going with, because there's no exempted permit like there is for marine mammals. If I kill a porpoise, I have a permit in my pocket. It says I'm exempt from being prosecuted. What you're doing now is any environmental group, if I kill that sturgeon, now I'm liable for a lawsuit. And that's not fair to me to put what I have on the line, because something that was done 20 years ago, it should still be managed by the council. It shouldn't be. We've been managing this fishery for 20 years. And it's already on its way to recovery, or if you don't believe that it's rebuilt like I do, it's already well on its way. The state of New York could verify that they've done studies and they know what is in the Hudson River and in other places. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Greg?
Good afternoon, Spencer. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Great. It's Greg DiDomenico from Lund's Fisheries. First, I wanted to thank you for being willing to get the observer data in real depth, similar to what they were able to do on turtles. I firmly believe that this issue is, once we get a good look at the data, we'll be able to kind of correlate some things that reflect high bycatch of sturgeon, whether it's, place or time or gear type or soak time. So I appreciate you looking into that. But I just had two questions for you. In the data that you already have for New Jersey, do you see a depth that correlates very high to high discards and a high bycatch rate? Is there a particular depth that you think is relevant?
I think that the observations that we saw from the literature that highlighted the less than 50 meters generally and less than 25 meters on migration pathways probably holds true. Although I would need to take another look at the observer data directly to see if there was any strong correlation. it's not necessarily something that was directly explored in the action plan itself. It was just noted that that seemed to be consistent with our observer interactions that we saw in the data seemed to be consistent with what we were seeing in the literature.
Okay, and have you been able to locate or find very high incidents of bycatch in, you know, a single trip, or, you know, by a single vessel or anything?
And so, yeah, this was something that I think you had raised a couple months ago when we were in the action plan, or when we were in the development of the action plan. And you had reached out to me to talk about this, and I appreciate that a lot. We have been looking into that. There's nothing that I can share now necessarily, because I'm still kind of in the preliminary stages of looking at that. But we do have some things to look at, I guess, is all I'll say.
Excellent. All right. Also, I'm going to see if we can incorporate some of the work that the University of Delaware did with New Jersey fishermen. I think that's something that that the council would be interested in, especially if we take this on through the, you know, the Protected Resources Advisory Panel. So that's something else I think that will be helpful for you, Spencer, as well, to reach out to some of those people, and I'll provide you their names and information.
Yes, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, thanks. So again, I'm real glad that the council is going to be handling this. There's often a good, solid way through these discard and bycatch issues. I think there's going to be, while I think these events are, I won't call them rare because you've seen the data, but I think they're not random. And I think that something will reveal itself through the bycatch data that Spencer is going to provide. It'll probably be something in the line of the depth or the type of gear that people are using, or soak time. So looking forward to doing that through the council, and I'm sure we'll be able to cut down on discards and keep people in business. Thank you.
Ed?
Thank you. My name is Ed Schifolo again. I agree with Timmy Froelich as far as we haven't been able to take sturgeon since 1998 or 97, 98 in that area. I think the stock is rebuilt. We don't fish on them or target them or bycatch anymore in that area where we do fish. I said the monk fishing is way outside, and the bass we're catching are way in tight on the beach. It's a sturgeon or inshore fishery. So thank you for that. Like I said, I agree with Timmy on the whole situation.
That's all the audience members I have this time. Mike, there is one more hand raised on the webinar.
Yep, I see that. Thanks. I appreciate that. Let me go to that member. I've got, it's Vincent Dam.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, hi, yeah, thank you. Yeah, my name is Vincent Dam, commercial fisherman. We monkfish gill net down here off Long Island. And I pretty much agree with the same thing Timmy just said. You know, we fish offshore, and I'm sure there's a few sturgeon around, but there's more and more of them. A couple of years ago, they said they were extinct. Well, if they're extinct, why is everybody seeing more every year? It's crazy. This, you know, the data is, it's just not right. There's more of them. The other thing is, we're fishing our gear on a one-night soak. We're monk fishing. There's plenty of monk. There's a lot less gill nets in the water than there ever used to be. We're fishing 30 nets, and we're getting our limits of fish every single day we go. So there's a whole lot less gear fishing than there used to be. Everybody used to fish 70, 80, 90, 100 nets because the monk fishing was slow. It's rebuilt. It's back 100%. Plenty of fish. So as far as soak time goes, I don't think we can fish in anything less than an overnight soak. And the mesh that they want to go to, I mean, 13-inch, all right, it's probably doable. But we're fishing 12 by 12 now, 24-inch tie downs. 24-inch tie downs, you get any weather, your nets are going to spin up. It's not going to be feasible. So we get X amount of days to fish, and now we're not going to be able to fish because we're going to be untangling nets. So like I said, I pretty much agree with everything Timmy said. That's whatever else I had to offer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot for that comment, Vincent. I'm going to bring it back to the council table. I'm going to leave the last comment to Mike Pentney. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for your comments and input. It's obviously a work in progress, and we have a lot of work to do and a lot of feedback that we're hoping to get over the summer to refine the action plan before we bring it back to the councils in the fall. Just one point I wanted to make. Tim left the room, but he made the comment that there should be an ITS, an incidental take statement, under the Endangered Species Act, so that he's not held liable. There is an incidental take statement under the biological opinion that covers the monkfish fishery, all the fisheries in the batch biop. One of the ways we keep that coverage under the Endangered Species Act is by complying with the requirements of the biological opinion, one of which is this action plan. So, we're doing this in part to maintain the coverage under the Endangered Species Act for our fisheries, and where we can reduce bycatch further of endangered species, then that's an action that we would take under the Endangered Species Act through the Magnuson Act in order to maintain that coverage. Thanks.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mike. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, so that concludes our business. Spencer, I want to thank you for the time you spent with us this afternoon. And I do want to mention that I would like for some consideration by staff of the council through Chris and Carson to perhaps plan a phone call at some point with Chris Bat-Savage and me and Wes, leadership of the council and the Protected Resources Committee, to determine kind of what our next steps might be, whether or not we want to include this in a discussion along with the large whale take reduction discussion as well. So just if somebody can make a note of that, and we'll take it up over the summer. Thanks again. So I'd like to take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 3:30, and we'll pick up with our research set aside program redevelopment discussion. So 10 minutes, and we'll see you back here at 3:30. Thank you. Okay, welcome back from the break, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started on the next and last item on our agenda this afternoon, which is a discussion surrounding the research set-aside program redevelopment. We have council staff Brandon Muffley, who is going to start off the discussion, and we're also going to receive some information from Dr. Garrett DePiper with the Northeast Fisheries Science Center, and he's also chair of the SSC's economic work group. So I do want to make the point before we get started, so just to keep it in mind, that I was informed over the break that we have a hard stop at 5:15 based on events that are planned for all of you this evening. So we have until 5:15 to take up the business under this agenda. So with that said, I'm gonna kick it over to Brandon to get things started, and we'll take it one step at a time. It's all you, Brandon.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to be as expedient as possible. There's a lot of information here, and I just want to make sure that the council has the details so that you have an informed decision when you have to make your decision later. But I will try to step through things as quickly as possible. So with that, just a quick presentation overview. I do want to touch base, since it's been several years since we've had a research set-aside program, and so I just want to make sure I step through how the old program operated generally, provide some background in terms of why the program was suspended, and then step through the process that the Research Steering Committee took to get through it. As the chairman indicated, I will take a break halfway through, and I will turn it over to Dr. Garrett DePiper, who will go through the SSC Economic Work Group report and then come back to finalize things with Research Steering Committee recommendations. So just quickly on some background, the RSA program was originally developed as part of Framework 1 to most of the council fishery management plans. The clams were not included in the original RSA program, given sort of work that was already ongoing, plus they were an ITQ fishery, so things operated differently there. I do have summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, and bluefish there noted in blue regarding our jointly managed species that we have. And really the mission of the RSA program was to fund research to address some of these critical research needs that we had. And you can see there that most of them were very specific, targeting, thinking about things in regards to gear-related issues. So looking at gear studies, mesh surveys, and you'll see some of those in some of the survey results. And sort of secondary to that was to increase science and industry collaboration and build public trust in the research that was being developed that were informing fisheries management decisions. And so the RSA program was approved in 2001, and the first funded projects were started in 2002. So, you know, we ultimately, what we have available for research is fish, and fish by themselves don't fund the research. So we have to be able to convert those fish into funds. And so through the council process, what was done was originally was anywhere from 0 to 3% of a fishery's total allowable landings were specified through specifications each year in terms of how much would be allocated through each FMP or each species in terms of what would be set aside to fund research. And again, so we're still setting aside a quota through the total allowable landing. So we still need to move that quota into actual dollars, and that's done through compensation fishing, which is actually defined under Magnuson, but essentially is fishing to offset the cost of research activity in support of management. And those things are typically done independently. So the compensation fishing is typically not done with the research or the science itself, although they can occur together, but they typically do not. And the way we fund the operations through compensation fishing is to provide different incentives for fishermen or vessels to participate in the program. So they will pay for those incentives to take, to get additional opportunities to participate in the fishery. And so within the Mid-Atlantic, that was primarily done through allowing for fishing during the closed seasons, or when a directed fishery was closed because a quota was closed in a particular state. These vessels could still operate under the research set aside. So you could do that through a closed, through closed seasons, or allow for higher possession or higher trip limits. So those were the incentives primarily used within the Mid-Atlantic species, that vessels would pay for those opportunities to take these additional fish. And since we are providing these incentives to do things outside of the open seasons or higher possession limits, both federal exempted fishing permits would need to be issued, as well as sort of the state equivalent. Some states have exempted fishing permits, or they have something else that would allow those vessels to land those fish in the respective states that outside of a closed season or above a state-specific trip limit, for example. And so what happens is grant recipients or principal investigators are awarded that quota, right? So they are given quotas specific to the species that they are interested in doing research on. Those principal investigators then identified partners or vessels to participate, and the principal investigators would determine how they would generate those funds to support the research. And generally, we've utilized two specific methods: bilateral agreements between the principal investigator and the vessel, so where they could share proceeds from the compensation fishing that was taking place, or the vessel could purchase traditionally at like a fixed price. So a principal investigator would set a fixed price for a particular fish. They would buy a certain amount of fish. The vessel would pay for all of those fish, and then he would go off, or she would go off and then fish on the RSA off of that. So those were bilateral agreements specifically between the principal investigator and a vessel, or the principal investigator could then they could utilize this third-party auction process, where vessels would bid on specific quota lots, and the revenue generated through the auction then would support the research that was identified. And just a note here, and we'll touch upon this later, that neither the National Marine Fisheries Service or the council have any authority to conduct or run the auctions. And so there's lots of considerations in regards to how an auction may continue going forward in the future. And then in regards to sectors in terms of who would participate, in the previous program, we had both commercial vessels and for-hire vessels participating, and both state and federally permitted vessels. So I won't step through all of this, but this sort of outlines the different roles and responsibilities that do take place in terms of where the council fits into the RSA program in regards to, essentially creating an RSA and what that might look like, and identifying sort of research priorities. NOAA Fisheries is essentially implementing or administering the entire program, both the grant process and also sort of all of the scientific review and how all of that takes place, plus all the quota monitoring that happens. So NOAA Fisheries, both through GARFO and the Science Center, are sort of carrying out the oversight and administration of the program. But what's pretty unique here in the Mid-Atlantic is that the states also play a very significant role in the overall implementation of the RSA program through dockside enforcement. The states are also doing a lot of permitting and quota monitoring and administration as well. So they are sort of carrying out some of those things that are happening at the docks a little separately, but collaboratively with NOAA Fisheries. And so looking at the history of the program, generally about 6 to 10 proposals were submitted every year. And when you look back, about 2 to 5 of them were funded. So about half of the proposals that would be submitted would be funded within a given year. And on average, the RSA program would generate between $1 to $2 million for research every year. So over the existence of the program, when it started in 2002 through 2014, 39 projects were funded, totaling $16 million. And the chart there below, sort of what's in green is the Mid-Atlantic portion of all, this is RSA both in New England and the Mid-Atlantic, and the green is what's attributed to the Mid-Atlantic. And you can see it does fluctuate certainly every, annually, depending upon what prices may be and what might be driving different incentives for fishermen to take place throughout the program. So some example studies that actually did inform management, or as I had noted earlier, there was a big focus early on in regards to sort of gear interactions or gear modifications. And so there were a lot of trap work to that modified trap, escapement vent sizes that were actually implemented by the council based off of those studies for both scup and black sea bass. And a big area of funding, particularly early on, was the NEMAP survey run by VIMS. And so the RSA program funded the NEMAP survey almost 100% in some years, but were instrumental in getting that survey up and running for early on. When you look at the funding across the species, certainly not all species within the Mid-Atlantic have the same value. And I mean in terms of values, both in their actual dockside value in terms of price, but there's also differences in terms of incentives and fishermen's willingness to pay for those additional incentives to participate in the program. And you can see here, this is just from 2014, but this is fairly consistent over all of the years, that the majority of the funding came from summer flounder and black sea bass. Again, those are sort of more highly valuable in terms of actual price, but there's more incentives to operate and participate and take advantage of those incentives for the fishery. But even though not all species raise funds, all of our species need some sort of research. And the original RSA program was set up that 75% of the funds raised by a particular species, so 75% of that $800,000 for summer flounder there, were to be used for summer flounder specific research, and then 25% of those funds raised by summer flounder could be utilized for other species. However, there were exemptions for multi-species research. So like the NEMAP survey that benefits summer flounder plus a number of other species, that could be allocated where you wouldn't have to break this down by 75-25. And we've talked about through the research steering committee and through the economic work group that, even though this is what the picture was historically, things may change over time, right? The value of a particular fishery may change. It may become more or less valuable. You see that Ilex is not on this slide here. When the program was operating, we weren't closing the Ilex fishery the way we have in recent years. And I'm not suggesting that Ilex may or may not be valuable to the RSA program, but just noting, but there weren't any incentives for the Ilex fleet because the fishery wasn't closed. But now that the fishery does close, maybe there's opportunities there. So just noting that the value of fisheries could change over time. Particularly as quotas change, as quotas get smaller, the incentives to participate may grow, or as quotas get bigger, maybe the incentives go away because maybe we're not closing fisheries the way we needed to in the past. So this is a slide that came out of the programmatic review of the Mid-Atlantic Council program back in 2010 that sort of documents some of the program's strengths, and it really focused on, right? So we're able to provide conduct priority research that doesn't require any federal dollars that are certainly limited. We don't have funds to cover all of our research needs that we have. And this was a way to at least get some research done that we needed. And it puts the councils, in the decision process in regards to what research gets done. Did allow for some cooperative research to take place, although we sort of began to move away as the program operated. There was less collaboration between industry and scientists, but there is an opportunity there for collaborative research. And it gets NOAA Fisheries involved in how with the councils and fishermen to solve some of these problems. However, those are the strengths. We had lots of sort of weaknesses or issues with the program as well. And so I'll sort of run through these. There's a lot of information here, but so when we thought when we started the program, as I put up earlier in the slide in regards to the responsibilities across the different entities that are participating, we didn't really think about the administrative and enforcement costs. I think not only to NOAA Fisheries, because I don't think it was anticipated, but also what those costs would be to the states as well. So there was a lot of administrative burden, particularly as more and more vessels began to participate in the RSA programs, particularly through the auction process. And certainly the value of fishing opportunities were different across all of these species. As I said, not all the incentives to participate are the same across all of our species. And so not thinking of, I think when the program was initially devised, we were sort of thinking about status quo and not really thinking about sort of some of those incentives that may drive the funding, mechanisms needed for all of the different research. And so given all of the costs that were being incurred to run the program, were those costs greater than the actual benefits in terms of the research that we were getting and the foregone yield that we're giving from the actual fisheries themselves to utilize for research? And so those were sort of some theoretical issues with the program. And some actual issues with the program came across enforcement, right? So there were some financial incentives not to report RSA trips. And so there was documented and prosecuted cases made in New York. Hundreds of dealer reports, fishermen reports were falsified. Over 600,000 pounds of summer flounder were not reported that were landed through the RSA program. And so that leads to a number of different issues, right? In regards to what the cheating may have been, what are those implications for the stock assessment? At that time, on summer flounder, there was a severe retrospective pattern taking place in it. Was it because of these unreported landings that were actually fish being removed? And so we had these other concerns about national standard 1, and the need to prevent overfishing. So if we're, have these large non-reported landings actually taking place, are we successfully preventing overfishing from actually happening? And then as the for-hire fleet started to get into the program, we had concerns about actually being able to verify what the for-hire fleet was actually doing. There isn't a two-trip system under the recreational fishery, so we couldn't go to dealers to check what the for-hire fleet was actually taking. The for-hire fleet is getting pounds of fish. They are landing individual fish, and for-hire boats aren't weighing fish. So how do you convert the pounds of fish that they are getting into numbers of fish so we can actually understand what the for-hire boats were doing? And the capacity to monitor and enforce all of these RSA trips that were taking place. And I don't even think 2014 was the peak in some of the years, but that was the final year of the program. But there were 103 vessels in the program, and there were more than 2,000 RSA trips that were taking place. So enforcement to track all of those different trips and be there for those different trips and track all of the RSA landings that were taking place, it was a lot of work. And then the research itself. So a number of the projects failed peer review, but probably even, or as equally as important was many of them did not have direct application to management or utility. There were a few, and I had mentioned those in an earlier slide, but many of them did not get translated directly into council management. Plus, there was a lack of principal investigators' interest. So while it was really positive that we supported the NEMAP program, the NEMAP program needed a lot of funds. And so there was not a lot of opportunities to support additional research opportunities because most of the money was going to NEMAP. And so principal investigators were not really interested in putting together the work to develop a proposal, knowing that most of the money was going to go to support NEMAP. And so there were all of these sorts of things taking place that led the council to suspend the program in 2015. All of this led to a lack of public trust in terms of how the RSA program was functioning. And so the council suspended in 2015. However, research needs and priorities continue to grow. We talk about our research priorities. We did that last year. We reviewed them all. There's over 100 different research priorities just within the Mid-Atlantic. And funding needs remain. And so the council, continues to be interested in how we can support the research that we need to successfully manage our fisheries. So as part of the 2020 implementation plan, was included to initiate a workshop to review and consider the redevelopment of the RSA program. So that was to happen in 2020, and COVID happened in 2020. So all of those things were sort of pushed off, which actually I think may have benefited us in the long run. It allowed us to think about how we actually want to go about the process of considering all of these things. And so we through the research steering committee developed 4 exploration workshops that took place across the second half of 2021 and into 2022, where we brought a lot of experts in to present on how the old program operated, what were those old issues, what are some potential new or revised approaches that we can come up with to address those old concerns. And so we split it up into a workshop outlining research, one outlining funding, one looking at law enforcement monitoring and administration, and then the final workshop sort of pulling all of those things together and coming up with recommendations. And here's where I think another critical piece was where it was good that we weren't able to do it in 2020, because at that time we were starting to think about how we can engage the SSC, the economic folks on the SSC more fully. And so we formed the economic working group in 2020, and they came on board and supported this project. And so they were able to provide a lot of really good technical information and strategic advice through the workshops, and as I'll talk about later, through the research steering committee meetings that we held subsequent to all of these workshops. And so they were really able to sort of have all of us, the steering committee and workshop participants, think about things, I think, a little bit differently, think about things in an economic perspective, think about the trade-offs that you're going to have to consider as you develop a new RSA program. And so with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Dr. Garrett Piper, who's the chair of our economic work group, to sort of go through their final report.
Thanks, Brandon. Can you hear me?
Sound good.
Perfect. Mr. Chair, members of the council, thank you very much for allowing me to present to you today. I'll do a quick overview of the work that we undertook with respect to the research set-aside redevelopment case study, just to reorient everybody. The economic work group was an outcome of the joint council SSC meetings that have been undertaken over the last couple of years, and in particular the October 2020 council joint meeting, in which the council decided to develop a case study which could be used to explore the ways in which the economic expertise on the SSC could be brought to bear on issues that the council thought were important and informed decision-making that the council had in front of them. The council chose the research set-aside redevelopment as the case study in December of 2020, and the process itself was meant to be iterative and collaborative between the economic work group, the full SSC, and then the council, the committee, and council staff. And on that front, I think we were extremely successful. Next slide, please. The final report, as part of that decision, the economic work group committed to providing a final report to the council, and so this overview is part of that final report. The report itself is structured around 4 core functions of the SSC. The first is review. Review includes things like formal peer review, but it can also include less formal reviews that are undertaken as a core component of the scientific body. The second is setting scientific specifications. Again, the SSC does this through setting terms of reference for research work groups. The third is focused analyses that could be developed to inform specific actions that the council is undertaking. And then the fourth is developing scientific advice to answer specific questions that the council might have. So an example of this recently is the questions that the council set before the SSC with respect to the different risks associated with the alternatives around the recreational harvest control rule. So those are really the four core functions of the SSC that we're highlighting in our final report and how they map to the case study. So next slide, please. I'll step through each of these quickly in turn. So in terms of review, the economic work group looked at the historical RSA program and developed 6 synopses on 9 topics that are listed here. I'm not going to go through each of these to save time, but just to give you a flavor of what was incorporated into these reports. Number 9 is decoupling allowances from research. Now, Brandon mentioned this already, but I'll just kind of reinforce the point. So there's benefits and drawbacks to decoupling the allowances or the quota usage from the research undertaken. And that 9th topic was really focused in on some of those trade-offs. So for example, if you do decouple allowances from the research, one of the benefits is you can fund research for forage fish and other key ecosystem species that might not be able to support or generate enough revenue to support an RSA project on their own. Now, drawbacks, again, go back to what Brandon's already highlighted, the fact that, by decoupling the usage of the quota from the research undertaken, you're actually potentially greatly increasing the complexity of monitoring and enforcement, as he highlighted. Next slide. So in terms of setting scientific specifications, here our work aligned on this issue through highlighting the need to set specific goals and objectives for the RSA redevelopment if it was going to be redeveloped. And the reason for this is only with those goals and objectives in hand can you design a program that is maximizing the probability of actually achieving those goals and objectives. And so the Research Steering Committee drafted goals and objectives, and these are incorporated in your report from the committee, but also I think Brandon's going to go over this in a few slides as well. And then the next step was working collaboratively with the Research Steering Committee and its leadership in particular to develop a decision tree around 3 main issues. One is who's involved in the RSA program, so which fisheries and sectors. 2, what would RSA quota, how would it be allocated and divided across, say, those sectors? 3rd was, what does a RSA trip look like? Can individuals landing RSA quota land whenever they want and wherever they want, or would there be regulations on the ports in which they could land and the timing in which they could land? And so, which on each of those decision points, the economic work group looked to highlight the trade-offs across the goals and objectives that are kind of implicit in those decisions. This helped frame the discussion for workshop 4. Again, that was the workshop that was looking to develop final recommendations for the committee to consider. And it allowed the discussion in the workshop to focus on those issues that were either most problematic or otherwise garnered substantial interest in terms of a difference of opinions, say, for example. Next slide, please. So the 3rd core function is a focused analyses. So on this front, the work group developed a hypothetical assessment of the potential revenue that could be raised through bilateral agreements versus an auction in support of the workshop 2, which was on funding. And we developed simulations around 6 different scenarios. And the scenarios changed things like the costs of administration and entry to the auction, as well as the potential that there's collusion in the auction, et cetera. And the point of the analysis was that Although theoretically, in economics, we would expect an auction to outperform the bilateral agreements. In reality, the performance of the two and the relative performance of the two really hinges on exactly how you design the auction. And so you really need to adhere to best practices with respect to how you design the auction in order to maximize the revenue that's being generated, if that's the route you would like to go, say, for example. Next slide, please. In terms of scientific advice for decision-making, here in workshop 3, which was focused on monitoring and enforcement, we played this role a little bit. We were asked to to inform the committee and the workshop participants with respect to the economic issues around monitoring and enforcement. And what we did was provide a theoretical exposition as to the incentives that underlie the original mislabeling issue that was in the historical RSA program, in order to kind of frame the discussion around monitoring and enforcement. And economically speaking, what it boils down to is the difference between expected costs of mislabeling and expected benefits of mislabeling. And you'll mislabel on average, or you're more likely to mislabel if the expected benefits outweigh the expected costs. And the cost of mislabeling is basically a function of the probability of being caught, probability of being indicted, and probability of being convicted for mislabeling, times the penalty associated with mislabeling. And that penalty doesn't necessarily have to be only dollars. It can be associated with a loss of social status due to the fact that you've been caught as mislabeling. Or it can include non-pecuniary costs like jail time. Whereas the expected benefits are associated with a function of the probability of not being caught, not being indicted, and not being convicted times the additional profit that can be generated by mislabeling. So using 1 pound of quota over and over again, say, for example. And in the workshop, we highlighted the fact that in reality, there's very little of this kind of theoretical construct that the council and even Office of Law Enforcement have control over. Really, the only lever here is the potential for increased monitoring and enforcement. Everything else is really defined outside of the management process to a great extent. And so with that, I'll go on to the next slide, which is the key recommendation that comes out of the WER report. And this is that economic analyses, recommendations, and advice are going to be, the quality of that product is going to depend on the data that's available. And so we really want to highlight the fact that there needs to be additional measures to collect economic data in the region. And some key examples that came out of the RSA program redevelopment process in particular is the fact that bid data, say, for example, from an auction, or market data more broadly for quota, is a key component to understanding whether the investment into the RSA is paying off or not. This type of information is generally available for federally managed resources. So, for example, federal timber sales or oil and gas and offshore wind lease bid information is all public, and you can download it for yourself and see how much people paid for a lot, and actually not only paid, but who bid and what they bid. So even the individuals that weren't successful in the auction. And so that information will be really important to gather if and when the RSA program was redeveloped moving forward for the quota. The second example is in the final discussion that the committee had, a question came up with respect to the cost of additional enforcement and administration of the RSA program versus the revenue that it raised. Now, this won't really tell you whether the benefits generated from the research outweighed the costs, but it will tell you, or help tell you, whether you're generating the research at the lowest cost possible. And it's a step towards what we would think of in economics as a true benefit cost analysis to assess the performance of the program writ large. this type of information is much easier to keep track of as it's being incurred, as opposed to historically going back and trying to kind of develop it in a postmortem process. And so if and when the RSA program would be redeveloped, we suggest that, and we'd be happy to help think through what economic data would be of use ultimately in assessing whether the investment is worth it or not. So next step, sorry, next slide, please. So I just want to thank the economic work group members really quickly. And then we're happy and we'd really like the opportunity to continue to work collaboratively with the council in developing economic or providing economic expertise to inform decision-making in the future. And with that, I'll stop, and Brandon, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks, Garrett. Okay, so I'm going to move on now in terms of focusing in on what the Research Steering Committee has been up to over the last 8 or 10 months now. So beginning in November of 2021, following the last, sort of the topical-based workshops through April of 2022, the Research Steering Committee met to sort of take all of the feedback being received through the workshops, the input being received from the Research Steering Committee. And as Dr. DePiper had just sort of noted, the first step really from the Research Steering Committee was to identify goals and objectives to help frame and shape what the program is going to look like. Because without it, there's still a lot of things that still need to be decided, but there are so many avenues in terms of where you could go with a research set-aside program that having the goals and objectives available help sort of ground where you may go and really help the Research Steering Committee step through this. So that was sort of their first area of focus. Second area was, just as Dr. DePiper had referenced, were these decision trees. So putting some of the specifics to a program that would support the goals and objectives that the steering committee just came up with. And then once you had those initial decisions, then we could compare the old program and how the old program operated versus how a revised, potentially new program would operate. And do the decisions that the Research Steering Committee make address the issues that were raised under the original program? So that's how the Research Steering Committee sort of stepped through this process. So I won't read through all of these, but the Research Steering Committee did come up with 4 different goals with a suite of objectives associated with each of them. This is much different than the first RSA program that had 1 goal and 2 objectives under it. So we've come a long way in our ability to generate goals and objectives. And I think we had commented on this at the last steering committee that thanks to strategic planning on all of those other things, we're good at coming up with lots of words to figure things out and add some specificity. But I think it was really important for the committee to go through this because as the Economic Working Group had mentioned, this allows the Research Steering Committee to evaluate trade-offs and what's more important when you actually start to put specifics to the program. What is more important? Is it raising revenue over limiting the amount of people that can go in? Because there are disconnects between those. You may not be able to have all of those things. And so prioritizing goals and objectives has been really important. So I just will note that the first goal is why you would run a research program. It's to conduct research. And so that's the primary goal. Again, the committee talked about sort of how what peer review actually means and making sure that the research is peer reviewed and that it's applicable and informative to management, and not just management of the council, but also our management partners. And so thinking through that. Goal 2, I think, was really a function of what we learned out of the original RSA program, that we need to make sure we have a program that we can monitor, that we can enforce. And without that, you don't have a successful program again. So that's why goal number 2 really focuses in on enforcement. There we go. Goal 3 then gets at the funding. So obviously we need funding to support the research, but there is some limitations in regards to what council and what NOAA Fisheries can do in regards to funding, but clearly it's an important component. And then last is sort of this collaboration and trust component, right? Building up the trust between fishing industry and scientists and with the public to ensure that we're generating research that people believe in and that's informative to the council. So I won't step through all of these because I will on the next set of slides, but these are all of the different areas that the Research Steering Committee was trying to address, all of the different decisions that they were coming up with. We tried to address all of these different areas of issues under the old program and how we could come up with new ways to potentially administer a new program. So I will try to step through these as quickly as possible, but I think providing some rationale and some detail to this is important to understand where the committee is going with a potentially new program. So this is all under administration and enforcement. So call in, notification and reporting requirements. In 2014, which was the last year of the old program, there were pre-trip and pre-landing notifications implemented. So we only have 1 year of that information available before the program was suspended. But the committee talked a lot about still supporting pre-trip and pre-landing notifications, but also identified a number of other notification requirements and the information that would need to go along with those detailed sort of pre-trip and pre-landing requirements. We do now have, that we didn't have back in the old program, we now have electronic reporting for both our commercial and for hire fisheries. So how can we take advantage of this new reporting system that we have? So coming up with a standardized electronic reporting with specific RSA data fields. We had talked about that, the ACCSP software programs there's already a sort of a switch in the software that would allow you to flag an RSA trip. And so turning some of those things on, and maybe there are additional data fields specific to the RSA program that we'd want to consider. Moving on to shoreside monitoring and of RSA quota. So this first one I think is a really critical one that the Research Steering Committee is recommending. It would be that there would be no mixing of trips for targeted RSA species. That doesn't mean you can't land other species on an RSA trip, but if you're going out on an RSA trip for summer flounder, all of those summer flounder that you land are going to be attributed to the RSA program. So under the old program, if you were fishing in New York, for example, and I don't know what New York trip limits were, but just say it was a 2,000 pound trip limit on summer flounder. You could go out and bring in 2,000 pounds, 2,500 pounds of summer flounder. 2,000 of those would go to the state quota, and then 500 pounds would go to the RSA. And so there's all of these monitoring of all of these mixed trips that are going on. So under the new situation, all 2,500 pounds of summer flounder would go to the RSA program. And so we wouldn't have this mixing of making sure that landings are being allocated appropriately to a state-specific landing or versus RSA. Again, but you could land, if you're going out on an RSA trip for summer flounder, you could still land black sea bass under whatever those trip limits are within a state. So those things could still occur, but I think that could really limit the number of targeted trips that go out. The committee is also recommending limiting the offloading locations to what was identified on the pre-trip report so that you couldn't be moving around from where you had indicated you were going to go out and land, fish and land. Another one is that I think is going to be a really important one is that the committee is recommending is requiring all vessels to have some sort of electronic monitoring. What that specifically is yet, I think additional discussions need to take place. But the committee is really supportive of having something on board for enforcement so that enforcement can keep track of the activities that are taking place under an RSA trip. So having VMS or AIS or some sort of component of that, again, some of those details would need to be worked out. Most vessels in the Mid-Atlantic do not have VMS on it versus in New England under the scallop program. So it's different in regards to how New England and Mid-Atlantic fisheries operate, but I think it's something that the the committee had indicated was important. And you'll see a number of things. You would see that in the comparison tables that were in your briefing book, that a number of points were deferred by the committee to the states in regards to, because each state has, in terms of how their fisheries operate, the types of fisheries that are taking place, they deferred a number of things to the states to make some of those decisions. So one of those would be limiting the hours that you could offload. The next one would be under the number of landing locations. Maybe you'd want to consider limiting the number of ports where you can land RSA, or the dealers that you can sell your RSA fish to. In regards to number of vessels participating, the committee was very supportive still of allowing for both commercial and for hire and state and federally permitted vessels to participate. So that's the same as what it was under the old program. But maybe you want to have states consider limits to how many vessels could participate, both in regards to the types of permits, state or federally permitted vessels, or by the sector that is participating. And maybe you want to phase in the RSA program. So maybe you just want to start out with commercial vessels only for a couple of years, get the program up and running again, and a state could allow for hire vessels to participate. But leave that to the states to decide. In regards to verification of for hire harvest, I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done here. But again, taking advantage of the electronic reporting with very specific RSA data fields, working through some of those specific needs. The committee has spent a lot of time talking about the administrative burden and the costs relative to the benefit of the program. So one of the things that the committee has come up with is allow the ability for states to opt in or opt out of the shoreside participation in the program. So similar to the Wave 1 black sea bass fishery that we have, where states are opting in to participate in that. Here, if a state does not want to go through all of the administrative work that's required to allow vessels to land in their state, they could opt out of that program. Certainly, we can't have all of the states opt out. There would be no program because the vessels couldn't come to a particular state to land, but that would give some flexibility for states to participate. We also talked about developing guidelines and best practices, particularly for these areas where the committee deferred a number of decisions to the states. Maybe there is consistencies and best practices that states could use across all states that might help. And we talked a lot about how all of these other areas that the committee has been thinking about, particularly the one of no mixing of trips, could really limit the number of trips that take place. So there's sort of all of these other things that are working together that may reduce the administrative cost and burden and enforcement needs by considering some of these other areas that the committee has recommended. But another area could be looking for options to produce revenue that would, through the RSA program, that would support either enforcement or staff time to do the administrative work within each state. And so the committee's talked about a number of different ways to think about it. General counsel has already weighed in on, through other reviews of New England and the Mid-Atlantic program about some of these avenues, but the committee was sort of, let's go back to general counsel again and have these discussions again so that we can have a clear idea of what is pursuable versus what is certainly off the table. Looking at funding, again, there's limitations in regards to what the council and NOAA fisheries can do here, and we still need to convert pounds of fish into money, and so there are limited ways in which you can do that. But in regards to what species or FMPs would be eligible for RSA, which is slightly different than the old program, where the committee is recommending that RSA could be applied to all council managed species and FMPs. That doesn't mean that the council has to allocate anything to a particular fishery, but at least it's available if the need arises. Another difference is that the committee is thinking about, as I had indicated earlier, the old program allocated the funds through the total allowable landings. Here we're thinking about potentially looking at a fixed percentage or a cap at the ABC level. So accounting for not just landings, but discards. Certainly the RSA harvest is coming through landings, but we've talked a lot about that compensation fishing produces discards. The research that's being funded is also producing discards. So maybe there are ways, and so we don't want to double count some losses of fish. And so maybe there are different ways that we can account for the total removals from the RSA program and maybe account for it out of the ABC. Again, funding mechanisms, there's still support for bilateral agreements and through an auction process. There was some discussion that Bob was excited to hear about in regards to the potential for having the commission administer an auction, being the third party so thinking through that, certainly that would be something we want to have a discussion with general counsel just to see if that's a viable thing. And then certainly additional discussions with the commission about how we could actually go about doing that. This is another difference between what the committee had recommended. So we would allocate the RSA quota that was set aside potentially by sector. So if 3% of the ABC is allocated, and I'm just making up numbers now, we could allocate 1% or 1.5% to each sector or however you wanted to based on the potential type of research that's going to be conducted. So if the research for summer flounder is a very specific mesh study from the commercial fleet, allocate all of those funds from the commercial side of the ledger and vice versa. If it's a very specific recreational research that could be targeted, you would take allocation from the recreational side of things to support that kind of research. In regards to the auction itself, again, the council and NOAA fisheries have very little ability to influence that, but there was the committee came up with to do a periodic review of the funding mechanisms to make sure that they are still achieving sort of the outcomes that we want for the program. And if things are getting a little wonky on an auction process, for example, maybe that's a way to just pull the plug to say, we're not going to support funding through a third-party auction process. In addition to that, the committee talked about developing best practices and guidelines for a third party to follow. Again, the third party wouldn't be obligated to follow those guidelines, but if they didn't, the council could say in the future, we're not going to fund the RSA program through an auction. So that third party would lose that opportunity to do that. And again, sort of this disconnect that was beginning to take place, particularly towards the end in terms of losing the collaboration component of things, really just trying to support here. You can't sort of mandate it, and it's not feasible in many situations, but where feasible, support those opportunities where you can sort of combine the opportunities for compensation harvest and with the research activity that's taking place. In regards to addressing some of the research components, again, getting to this principal investigator and the lack of interest. So the committee came up with really limiting the support and the specific funding for long-term monitoring projects. So something like NEMAP, for example, could be funded maybe for a year, but we would not support these long-term monitoring programs and surveys that could utilize a lot of resources for a long period of time. Developing an internal conflict of interest. There are certainly conflicts of interest that we would have to follow that are Department of Commerce for the grant process, but we couldn't develop internal conflict of interest policies in regards to council members reviewing research priorities and the proposals that came in. There is typically a management review that goes on it, so ensuring that those that are reviewing it don't have an invested stake in that fishery that the research may be operating in. So I think there's room to develop internal conflicts of interest policies. Expanding in regards to quality, making sure our research is quality and peer reviewed. The committee didn't come up with specific recommendations here, but identified a lot of different areas where we would want to pursue, those being a pre-proposal, and then any of those that are selected then move forward for a full proposal, greater engagement with our SSC and a broader pool of experts that would review all of the proposals that came in, looking at the past performance of a principal investigator. So if an RSA program had funded a principal investigator on 3 different projects and none of those were useful for management, maybe you don't want to fund that principal investigator going forward. So looking at different factors during the peer review, during the proposal process. Here, funding for any funds that would be raised for any species could be used for research for any other species, and that would not just be Mid-Atlantic Council species, but also for New England managed species and commission managed species. So utilizing funds for summer flounder could be used for looking at research for chub mackerel or some, menhaden or something else that that folks may be interested in that has certainly, relevant management need. Data availability, this was touched upon by Dr. DePiper in regards to making sure we get the data that is being collected. And it's not just the research data, but it's that funding data. If an auction were to take place, making sure we're collecting all of that information that comes through those process that can really be helpful and inform future management decisions, and ensuring that all of the data that is collected is shared. And certainly there are confidentiality laws that we would have to abide by, but ensuring that what can be shared is shared, raw data, summarized data, all of that information is made available. And then ensuring that projects are useful in science and management. Again, greater use of our SSCs, greater use of our advisory panels in regards to setting priorities and coming up with project proposals, and then greater engagement in the research steering committee. Again, looking at new metrics within the proposals themselves to make sure, and then doing a very thorough post sort of research review to make sure that that information was utilized in management, and having a sort of maybe a day at a council meeting where the research results are presented and council is able to interact with principal investigators and talk through those results and how they can be applied to management. So I've talked about the importance of state and commission engagement, and it's really critical that if the council moves forward with something, that we are also moving forward with the commission and the states, because I think that was part of the failure, is not thinking about what those needs are going to be going forward. And I had talked about all of those areas that sort of the committee deferred some of those decisions to the states. So there's clearly going to be a need to have the states involved in this. And we are likely going to need to go forward with the commission through this, and the commission would have to change their FMPs for those jointly managed species as well to account for the RSA program. So any sort of future action is likely going to have to happen jointly with the commission. And so there's a lot of engagement that's going to have to happen with the commission and states going forward. So I'm getting to the punchline here, just bear with me. And so when the committee met at the end of April, they really thought about two particular questions. So given all of the decisions that the draft decisions that the committee had made, was there a viable path forward to redevelop the program to address the concerns of the prior program? And that's why I really wanted to step through those details, because do those details, and there are more details to be worked out. They haven't resolved everything, but I think they've laid out a framework in which to address it. And so thinking through, does the framework that they have right now address the issues of the old program? And is there value in continuing to move forward with this versus not having an RSA program, right? Many, the two highly valuable species, summer flounder and black sea bass, there isn't a whole lot of quota to take away to move to research, but is there value? So what's the trade-off of conducting research versus maintaining status quo and not utilizing a program to conduct the research? So thinking through all of that, there was consensus by the Research Steering Committee to conditionally recommend the council consider redeveloping the RSA program. The committee felt there was value in moving the program forward, that we need science to support management. There's still a lot of questions we need the science for to get to. But they also recognize that a lot of work remains. There's a lot of details we need to address, and there's a lot of questions that we still need answers. And getting some of that information may prove that we can't move forward with an RSA program, but we still need to get to that point to make those decisions. And the committee certainly has a lot of concerns remaining about the state administrative and the cost benefit of the program. Is all of the time, all of the resources spent on a program, is it worth it given the research that comes out of it? this is my last slide. Just thinking about the next steps, just so that you have this in mind as you debate whether or not to continue to move forward with this. Should the council move forward, again, there's a lot of work that still needs to happen. First step that I would see would be engaging the commission's policy board. Bob did bring this up at the last commission meeting just to say, hey, this is happening, and we've had many policy boards engaged through the different research steering committees and through the workshops. So certainly some folks are more plugged in than others, but again, this would likely require joint action. And so getting the policy board on board, if we're going to move forward with this, is going to be really important. I think there's going to be need for some additional research steering committees to get through some of these unanswered questions or issues that we still need to work through. And I think two of them that are probably most important are the funding and administrative details that we need to work through, and this vessel monitoring component, and thinking about how we may implement VMS or AIS, and getting through those details and talking to law enforcement about what would be most useful to them. So if those things were to move forward, then after that would be to develop an appropriate management action. Depending upon the scope of changes, it could be done in a framework, or it may need to be done in an amendment to think about through, what the types of management action will be. If we do move forward, then we're likely going to need to form an FMAT to really work through the specifics of the program. But I would note that in the 2022 implementation plan, what's in there in regards to the RSA is to complete the workshops and come up with a recommendation. So that essentially concludes today. So the council has done what it has indicated it would do through its implementation plan for 2022. And we don't have anything specifically planned to continue work through that. So thinking through sort of the resources that are going to be needed for that, we're thinking about things later on in the year as you're starting to think about your 2023 priorities. And so with that, today, the outcomes for today are to decide whether or not to continue with the process to redevelop the RSA program. And if appropriate, if you indicate yes, if there's any feedback or direction that you have in regards to the next steps or the program framework that we would want to be thinking about as we move forward. And lastly, before I stop, I really want to thank the committee leadership, Michelle and Adam. I've pestered them a lot. We were on lots of phone calls through all of these workshops. And so their input has been really informative and helpful. So I thank them for that. I want to thank Matt Seeley, who really started the whole workshop process. So he's no longer with us, but I was given the benefit of taking over once he left. But he did a lot of groundwork before that. And also to Ryan Silva from Garfo. He's got a lot of knowledge on our RSA program, and I don't think the discussions at the committee or at the workshops would have gone as productive as they were without having him there. I know I've called him and emailed him many times asking what specific questions, and he provided a lot of good feedback. So this was really a group effort, and the SSE Economic Working Group, they were really great to have on board through this. So it was a long process, but I think we came up with a lot of good information here for the council to consider. So with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, thanks, Brandon. And thanks, Garrett, for your presentations. I appreciate the recognition of all the work that's gone into the development of I guess where we are today. There still seems to be a lot of work in front of us if we choose to continue to move forward with this. And I guess in my mind, that's the big question for today, is whether or not the council, whether or not the council wants to continue pressing forward with more work on the possible redevelopment of the RSA program. So let me go to some hands at the table. I'm going to start with Wes Townsend, and then I'll go to Michelle after that. Go ahead, Wes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, are there any states involved that want to do this? Or is there any states signed on to do this? Has every state said, we don't know? Or have you had states come back and say, we're not going to get involved? So if none of the states are going to be involved, I don't know how time and effort we should be putting into this.
Mr. Chair, you just want me to answer?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
It's easier if you just jump in and then, I know there was a discussion, you mentioned it at the policy board not too long ago with ASMFC, or it was either policy board or the XCOM. But maybe Bob Beal can weigh in. I know we have some folks from the state administrators like myself that may want to offer some comment as members of the public on this one. So let's start with you, Brandon, and then let's go around the table and see if we can help answer that question for Wes.
Yeah, thanks. So I probably don't have a definitive answer, and probably better to go to the states. I mean, so the feedback that I'm getting generally is that states still have concerns about the program, but I haven't been told we don't want to do the program or we do want to do the program, but that they still have concerns about the program and what it's going to mean for their states to administer the program. So again, I don't have a definitive yes or no, other than to say, maybe Bob got a different feeling from around the room. I mean, some of the comments by the states at the policy board were pretty direct, saying, I guess maybe their sense was, my sense hearing the comments were that they were not interested in participating in the program. But
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Brandon. Let me go. Bob Beal has his hand up. Let's go to Bob next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I didn't mean to cut in front of Michelle. Sorry about that. As Brandon and Mike mentioned, I briefed the policy board, ASMFC's policy board, at our meeting the first week of May. And thanks to Brandon for setting me up with some slides that I could use. And there's a range of feelings. A couple commissioners said, the concept's really cool. The idea of setting aside a little bit of fish out of the quota, generating some income and generating some needed science is good. And maybe we should explore that. But the devil was in the details. And then the other extreme was one commissioner called it a zombie that couldn't be killed. It just kept coming back and coming back and coming back. So, there's a, so, there's a big range of what the states are thinking about this. They didn't come up with a single recommendation to the council, a yes or no, and we didn't go around one by one and ask the states, thumbs up, thumbs down kind of thing. But there were pretty significant reservations by a lot of the states that really were still kind of reeling from the last go around of this, and they felt that the administrative burden and enforcement burden was pretty high for some of the states, and they felt that without knowing all the details of what this program would look like moving forward, they had a lot of strong reservations about signing up and doing this, and there are significant changes in what Brandon presented and what the the Research Steering Committee has come up with. So that that's measurable and good, but I think there's still a lot of nervous states out there. And some of the states, their enforcement, I think there's only, Maureen, you have 5 conservation officers that do all of Long Island or something like that. So, there's examples of where there's some pretty significant hurdles to come over that the states presented at that meeting. And some of the Research Steering Committee recommendations are letting the states individually decide how to handle some of these things, number of vessels involved, or the number of ports involved, hail in, hail out, those kind of things. So some of those burdens would fall on the states, but then that would also allow some of the states to control some of that burden and administrative burden and licensing. So there's a lot of moving parts with this, and the states agreed pretty significant changes need to be made from the last program to a new program before they would be willing to sign up for it. And obviously there's a number of state directors here, so they can speak for themselves, and a couple online. So that's a quick summary of what happened at our policy board 6 weeks ago or so.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. Appreciate that feedback, Bob. That's what I recollect as well. And if I play the other side of it, I would say that there's a possibility that with further development, there could be more states that would want to be part of the process. At this point, there's a lot of really good recommendations that are coming from the work that's done. But I guess that's where the council, that's what we have to decide today. Do we want to continue to develop this and work with the policy board at ASMFC to see what comes of it? At the end of the day, we may not have an RSA program, but in my mind, I think I would like to see a little more development, given the comments that both Brandon and Garrett made about continued work with the committee and with stakeholders. And so I'll stop there and see what others have to say. Michelle, I'm going to skip you again. I'm going to go to Executive Director Chris Moore, and then Michelle, I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Chris.
Now I feel bad. Yeah, I have a lot to say. I have a lot of comments, but I'm gonna hold them because I think it is important that we hear from the states. I think Wes's comment, Bob's comments are very important, because obviously if the states aren't going to be involved, that's a hard stop, right? I mean, if the states are not interested in the program or have no sense that it's important to them, then there's no reason for us to consider continuing the development of an RSA program. I'm probably one of the few people around the table that was involved when the first RSA program started and stopped, right? So it started in 2002 and it stopped in 2014. And I appreciate the zombie comment, because it was very difficult to put this thing on the shelf in 2014. If you haven't had a chance, I suggest you take a look at the report that Rich Seagraves prepared back in 2014, indicating all the issues that we had with the program. And it came down to basically finding other funding for NEMAP, thus taking RSA out of the equation for NEMAP to allow us to eventually put the program on the shelf. So we did that. I too appreciate all the people, all the folks, all the groups that Brandon mentioned in terms of all their hard work. But we really seriously need to think about this before we move forward. There's a lot of issues. And with that, Mr. Chair, I think you should go to Michelle, because she seems like she's getting a little aggravated that she keeps getting skipped. Thank you.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry for that. I just thought to get some feedback from the executive directors of the two groups would be helpful. Go ahead, Michelle. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did want to take a step back and add my thanks as well to all the folks that, participated in this. And I think, the folks that I wanted to thank were the state partners who participated in all of the discussions. So, I think especially Maureen Davidson, Dan McKiernan, they provided a lot of important contributions and feedback that, I think the committee tried to seriously take into consideration. I also want to add Emerson Hasbrook to that. Emerson participated in the first workshop. He was a presenter. He attended all of the workshops as well. And, Emerson's been a long time participant in both, Mid-Atlantic and New England RSA programs. So, in addition to the economic work group and, and obviously we couldn't have done this without Ryan as well. I did want to make special note of the contributions that the states made to this entire effort. And, I did go back and listen to the policy board discussion. So I also appreciated the zombie reference. And I was just going to say that in keeping with that, I think that this post-mortem was, a necessary activity on the way to making a determination as to whether or not the council wants to continue to move forward. I think we really needed the time and the space, the opportunity to dig into the issues that were raised with the 2014, memo that folks keep referencing. And I think, an important resource for us also was the RSA program review that occurred up in New England. A lot of the same issues were discussed. And I think, when I think about RSA programs, I think about, for example, the Scallop RSA program. I mean, that is, it's an incredibly valuable program. It produces a lot of great collaborative research. If all of our fisheries were like the scallop fishery, it's kind of a one sector fishery. It makes it a lot easier, but that's not the hand we're dealt. We have mixed use fisheries, which makes an RSA program more complicated here in the Mid-Atlantic. So, and so again, I think regardless of the council's decision today, this was, really a worthwhile effort. And, in terms of the next steps that Brandon noted, I think this further exploration of states being allowed to really opt into a program, like the way that we allow the states to opt into a February black sea bass fishery, that's something, as Brandon mentioned, there are a lot of details that we just simply didn't have the time for. We didn't have the expertise around the table for. But I think, that is really going to be critical to determining whether or not, this program a redeveloped program could move forward, as well as having the opportunity to sit down with our law enforcement partners, and a huge shout out to them as well, because they also provided a lot of valuable feedback during the course of these workshops, regarding the committee's recommendation with respect to use of AIS and VMS and the utility of that. I think we would really need to have a conversation with them about that as well. And, we do have a draft motion that is prepared for the council's consideration. But I think before we go to that, I want to go to Adam Nowalski, who chaired this committee for several years, before we got to the point of the workshops. He chaired this committee all the way through the first 2 workshops. And, I'd like to turn to Adam to provide some of his thoughts. And then, if we'd like to consider a motion, we can go to Brandon and he can bring up that draft motion. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michelle. I will ask Adam if he's up for providing any comments. He doesn't have his hand up, but I'll go ahead and call on him. Adam?
Sure. It sounds like Michelle just bought a furniture store and hired me as her first salesperson. I appreciate that very much. So yeah, we've been working on this issue for a long time. The program got halted. The issues were identified. The workshops themselves were designed to be inclusive of the state partners as we went through the process. And I know Dan McKiernan's got his hand up, so you'll be able to hear directly from him momentarily. I do not recall any state partner during the workshops we held just up and saying, no matter what you do, we are not going to participate, period, end of story. I think the consistent message across was fix the problems, and then if the problems are fixed, we would consider opting back into it. That was the message that I took away from things. So keeping in mind that should we go forward with this, we will choose, in particular for those species that are jointly managed, we would make the decision during quota setting each year if there's going to be anything allowed for that species. So this could be brought on just for a commercial species, or if a project comes up. This is not automatically going to be a 3% reduction every year like we saw for a number of years in the past. I think the comments, I believe one of the slides highlighted that the additional work here isn't presently on the 2022 council implementation plan. So I'm thinking maybe that buys us some time. This would come back before the executive committee when we review the proposed implementation plan in October. And in that time frame, perhaps we can work with the commission, either through the policy board or whatever means is appropriate, to try to answer the question, if you're satisfied with what we put together, would you go ahead and participate once and for all?
Okay, Adam. I appreciate your comments as being part of the leadership group working on this. Next, Dan, I see your hand. I'm going to come to you in a minute. I'm going to go try to stick with the council members at this point, and I'll come back to you very shortly. But I have Skip Feller with his hand up. Go ahead, Skip.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I just had a comment. As someone that has participated in this back in the day. Looking at the numbers right now, I think we participated in the sea bass, and I believe we paid $3 a pound. And if I remember correctly, it's in 1,000-pound lots and 1,500-pound lots. And I just don't know in this day and time, which I'm sure it's not going to stay like this forever, but with the way fuel is, the numbers that I was just running on a trip for us, if I bought 1,500 pounds at $3 a pound and $6 a gallon fuel, I'm almost $7,000 in the hole before I even leave the dock. And I just don't know how economically feasible in this day and time it's going to be. And I don't see, I know back in the day it was mostly head boats that bought the for hire stuff. I don't really see how a 6-pack boat could make it work either. So I just, even though we participated in the past, I don't know if we would, if we would be able to buy any the way fuel and everything is now.
Yeah, that's a good point, Skip, and I appreciate, things have changed over time, and that's another thing that we need to consider. Although they don't necessarily need to stay as they are, but that's predicting the future. Which, if any of us could do it, we wouldn't be sitting here today having this discussion. So I'm going to take Dr. Duvall's recommendation. Michelle, you mentioned that there is a draft motion. I have it before me. I think in order to focus the discussion, I'd like to put that draft motion up. I don't know, you didn't say that you'd be willing to make the motion, but if you are, I would entertain that now, and then that way we can focus the discussion with public comment as well. So if anyone is willing to make that motion, Michelle, I'll put you on the spot here. You got your hand up. Okay, go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sure, I agree. I think having a motion is going to focus the discussion. So, and I think having a motion is, well, if the motion were to pass, this would be a way to move from a conditional yes, which the committee provided, to either a firm yes or a firm no. That's the way I see this. So I move to continue the process of redeveloping the Mid-Atlantic RSA program using the program framework outlined by the Research Steering Committee to inform a possible future management action through an omnibus framework or amendment.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. So we have a motion. Is there anybody on the council that would like to second that motion? If you can raise your hand. I see Paul Reese's hand. So we now have a motion for debate. Michelle, you provided a lot of comment. I'll ask you before I go to Paul, if you have any additional rationale you'd like to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michelle covered it very well. I was on the committee. I'm still on the committee, but I was very encouraged with some of the things we came out with. Things have changed. There's a lot of new stuff involved. And I think by the nature of the collapse of the old program, some of the biggest issues are never going to come back. And I could elaborate on that later if we need to. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that, Paul. All right, so let's take comment on this. Dan McKiernan, your hand was up. I realized you put it down. I will definitely come to you. I know you have thoughts on this. If you could put it back up for me, that would be helpful. I'm going to go to Dan Farnham, and then we'll see if there are any other council members that want to make comment, and then Dan McKiernan, I'll come to you. Go ahead, Dan.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could support this motion. I think it's well thought out. The committee did a wonderful job in exploring all the different options and especially looking back at the problems that occurred with the previous program. And the last thing anybody wants to do is go back to what happened back then. But I think it's definitely worthwhile going forward and redeveloping this, or considering the continuing the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan, for that comment. I'm going to go next to Joe Semino. Go ahead, Joe.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Chair. I support the motion. You know, originally I was thinking if this continued look into this, might look into like if Brendan mentioned a phased-in approach as a possibility. If there was a candidate species or fleet that just seemed a little easier, that already had some of this, you know, baked in without as many issues, if that could be brought forward as you know, as a potential example for a phase-in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Mike Pentney, then Tom, and then I'm going to go to Dan and Emerson. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I support the motion. I think, you know, the way I'm looking at this motion, I think if we were to defeat this, you know, that's kind of putting the nail in the coffin on RSA program. But I think supporting the motion is not necessarily, I don't see it as compelling us to have an RSA program. I think it's giving us the opportunity to work through a lot of the design issues that the team developed and the committee has identified. And I think within that framework that's been put forward, there's a lot of good there that we could do to restart an RSA program that would work more effectively. And so I think I'd like the opportunity to try to dig in and work through some of those issues and hopefully come out the other end with an effective program. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Tom Schlichter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to see this go forward also at this point. I feel as if a lot of work, effort went into this. I'd like to see it fleshed out more, and I'm impressed with what I've seen so far.
Okay, I appreciate the comment, Tom. Seeing no other hands from members of the council, Dan McKiernan, I'm going to come to you as member of the policy board and somebody who's been intimately involved in this work. So go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. So I'm Dan McKiernan, the director at the Mass DMF in Boston, and I participated in these workshops. And I just want to point out to the council that I understand the value and the desire to have an RSA program similar to that the New England Council enjoys. The fundamental difference between the two is that these co-managed species that we're talking about, the Mid-Atlantic Council 25 years ago or so gave the states this opportunity to manage and also the burden to manage. So we all have these unique limited entry schemes, these unique seasons, these unique trip limits state to state. And then on the recreational side, it's even more boutique from state to state. So it really creates a lot of burden. And so the New England Council's program is pretty seamless because it's really just between the federal agency and the permit holder with absolutely minimal effect or impacts on state enforcement or state administrators. So I'm all for cooperative research, and I just wonder if we could go slowly and just do those species that aren't co-managed by the state. So this could include squids, mackerel, butterfish, surf clams, quahogs, tilefish, whatever, and try to and table these things that are co-managed by the states. Alternatively, I really think all the states would support a congressional appropriation to conduct research on these species that are co-managed. Maybe an SK earmark or maybe some SK language to put some money aside for those species would be in order. And you could conduct this cooperative research. You could have the research steering committee's input and the peer review and all that. And you wouldn't have to be creating this really burdensome auction with all the conflicts of interest and all the other challenges. So I appreciate, the fact that folks want to continue to work on this, but I would see two solutions. One is limited in the near term to those that aren't co-managed, and secondly, seek a congressional appropriation for these species that we all want to work on without having to sort of blow up the waterfront. So thank you for letting me speak today on this issue.
Yeah, and Always, Dan. Thank you for your comment. You made a number of really good points, and we'll take that into consideration as we decide here this afternoon. I'm going to take Emerson Hasbrook next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Yep, thank you. So I also want to thank the Research Steering Committee, committee chairs, Dr. Duval and Adam Nowalski. Also want to thank the Economic Working Group, as well as all the workshop participants, and then Brandon for his presentation. I would encourage the council to continue the redevelopment of the RSA program and work out many of the details that still need to be developed. As most of you know, I think I'm a New York commissioner to Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, and I would certainly support the redevelopment of the RSA program at the commission level. I've in the past, I've conducted 4 Mid-Atlantic RSA projects. I've also conducted 3 monkfish RSA projects. And I think there are, I shouldn't say, I think there are a lot of new electronic and technical tools that are available now that were not available in the past to help with enforcement and also to reduce the administrative burden. And, you know, for instance, in the 3 monkfish RSA projects I've conducted, I've used vessels from New York, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and I don't think there was really any administrative burden on those states. And as Dan McKiernan just mentioned, things are a little bit different with the New England RSA program, of which monkfish is a part of. But I think we can learn from that and utilize some of the tools, the electronic tools that are used in the monkfish RSA program, right? For instance, before a vessel leaves the dock, they have to declare into a monkfish RSA trip. I'm not going to get into too much of the details, but that, you know, for instance, that's just an example of some of the things that can help to lessen the administrative burden and the enforcement burden. Also, in terms of enforcement, unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, but when the previous RSA program was taking place and people were, you know, mislabeling and cheating the system, there wasn't really a visible enforcement outcome right away. It wasn't until toward the end of the program where people were finally, you know, brought to justice for their infraction. So, you know, now people understand that a fisherman can lose his vessel, can go to jail for an extended period of time, face a large fine, lose their livelihood. And I don't think that people are willing to do that going forward. So anyhow, I don't want to get too verbose here, but I think the RSA program has a lot of benefits, and I would encourage the council to continue redeveloping the program and looking into redeveloping the program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Emerson. I'm going to ask Wes, excuse me. Wes, is there anybody in the audience that would like to provide very quick comment on this before we come back to the table for on the question?
I do not see anyone, Mike.
Okay, I did see a hand. Neil, Illinois.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, it's Neil Delanoy. I'm the executive director of the Captive Boatmen's Association. I was the second boat for hire boat to participate in RSA a long time ago. When I participated the first year, there was only one other vessel involved. Very quickly, there were a lot of for hire boats got involved in the program. It really saved so many for hire vessels. Mainly that it gave season when we had no season. And it's always the first thing that for hire vessels ask for is season. That's what we need. We can't just be tied to the dock. So you know, and the greatest dissatisfaction in fisheries management right now, where you have the most people show up at fisheries management meetings expressing their displeasure, sometimes unruly, is when they don't have the season, when something is closed. And I understand why it has to be that way, because we have to restrict an abundant species, and it's hard. But this gives the for-hire boats a way to sail. They can, with their own regulations, they can do their own size, they can limit it, they can do a few trips, but it gives an opportunity for the for-hire boats to stay in business, especially with something like black sea bass when it's closed. So I hope we can bring the program back. I know it had problems. I think it can be fixed. And I look forward to someday having RSA again. Thank you.
I appreciate the comment, Neil. I'm going to bring it back to the table. And I'm going to go next to Eric Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I don't know what to say to you people, really. I mean, obviously there was some problems, but you know, you've done a tremendous job identifying problems. And I'm assuming this motion would go down the road of solving problems. You can identify them, but if you can't solve them, you're dead in the water. You know, the biggest problem I see is what's the cost of the program and who's going to pay for it. You know, the administrative burden may be great, it may be heavy, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if the council or the commission or even Mr. Pentney has the funds or the staff to support whatever it might be. Obviously, enforcement has, you know, it's front page news on how this thing is going to succeed. So somebody's going to have to pay for that, which kind of leads me to taking a very hard look, you know, a really good economic analysis is if the program is, one, attractive to anybody. Mr. Feller addressed that earlier, you know, cost per unit of effort on a commercial vessel versus a for-hire vessel may be different, and certainly the metrics that drive those two business models are totally different. But the costs have gone up. Now, and I'm not going to say that the ex-vessel price of commercial species has gone up exponentially to the point where commercial sector would be willing to pay for it because it would be uncertain if it was financially the right thing to do. And the reason I say that is, you know, I appreciate everybody mentioning New England, and you know, we've been reasonably successful. The Scallop RSA, you know, that's a gold star, no question about it. But you know, the one thing about the species we deal with RSA is there is virtually no recreational for-hire component. Scallops, monkfish, and herring, which certainly makes it easier to deal with. The problem you may run into is if you decide to pick, let's say, squid because it's a commercial species, is you may not get enough interest from the industry because they can't afford to buy it. I mean, for example, I think Ilex was 53 cents a pound. Nobody's going to pay 53 cents a pound for it. They might pay 15 cents for it, you know, and you can't, the numbers aren't going to work out for you. Whereas the for-hire guys may be able to pay substantially more for fluke versus you know, if it's fluke, they can pay more because they got to sell trips. If they can catch a few fish, they're going to sell trips. The commercial guys, it all comes out of the hatch. And I just want to make sure that a very hard economic analysis of what this is going to look like if it goes forward is conducted. And that's really only a suggestion on my part. You can take it or leave it. And I can go get on the ferry and go back home if you like, but that's where I'm coming from. So thank you.
All right, I appreciate that, Eric. Yeah, you don't need to get on the ferry. You can. I appreciate it if you stuck around for another day, another half a day. Let's go to Peter Hughes, and then I'm going to wrap it up with Chris Moore, and then we're going to call the question. As I mentioned earlier, we have a 5:15 hard stop. So go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brandon and everybody involved, amazing work, body of work that was presented here today. I am a little biased in the RSA program. One of the founding fathers of the RSA program happened to be the owner of my company, who has since passed. I've worked for my company for over 32 years now. The successes of the RSA program speak for themselves, as do the opposite sides of that coin. The darker side of that, the cheating and the misuse of the RSA. Scallops are a gold star for New England. Monkfish and herring are a little bit tougher. The biomass in herring has dropped off considerably. The price of monkfish is kind of in the gutter. The price of fuel has skyrocketed. So I'm aware of that, but I am a little biased when it comes to RSA, and I fully support the motion that's on the board here today. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Okay, I'm going to go next to Dr. Chris Moore. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone knows that part of my job is to manage resources for the council and also manage the expectations of the council. And as Brandon pointed out in one of his slides, and Adam correctly pointed out as well, we have nothing on our 2022 implementation plan that relates to this particular topic. So I just want to make sure that if this motion passes, the expectation is that most of this, if not all of this being the process of redeveloping the program using the framework, will happen in 2023. So we'll be talking about 2023 implementation plan in October. So there may be a little bit of work maybe that we can do with the states in terms of outreach to get a better sense of where they're at. But the majority of this is going to happen in 2023 if it passes. So I just want to make sure that folks understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, great point, Chris. Thanks for that. Okay, I think we've had a very good discussion on whether or not the council wants to move forward at this point. And so I'm going to go ahead at this time and I'm going to read the motion into the record and call a question. The motion is, excuse me, move to continue the process of redeveloping the Mid-Atlantic RSA program using the program framework outlined by the Research Steering Committee to inform a possible future management action through an omnibus framework or amendment. All those members of the council that support this motion, please raise your hand. Okay, I counted 19. Did it? Yeah, that popped. It was already on the screen. I was a little slower than you guys. Okay, that's 19 in favor. If you can lower your hands. Is there any opposition? Are there any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries 19 to 0. I want to thank all of the presenters and all of you for that discussion. And as Chris mentioned, this will be something that if we want to move forward, we're going to need to put on our 2023 implementation plan, but at least it sets the stage for that. Brandon, I'm going to ask, before we wrap up, is there anything else that needs to come before the council at this time on this topic?
Nope, that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, excellent. So that wraps it up. I'm going to turn to Chris. I believe there's a comment he'd like to make.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Everyone that's signed up for the event tonight should have gotten an email from Kristen Urbino. So this is the Cornell Seafood Tasting Event. This is next door at Jerry and the Mermaid. In her email, she said, bring $40 cash. And there's an ATM in Jerry's. There's an ATM in this building if you need one. But and that is scheduled to start at 5:30.
Okay, great, Chris. And if you can apologize, I did sign up